Come on, YouTube, do something. Okay, there it goes.
Those were live.
Yeah, I just got it. All right. Good Lord. There we go. Can't be broadcasting without no YouTubes. All right. Oh, we got through. Took us 2 songs to get there, huh? Wow. Let me go to that pod safe music. That YouTube safe music. How about that? Check 1, 2. All right. I think we are good. All right. I'm happy about that. I'm going to share this with my Facebook friends, and I'm going to say, watch our thing. All right. Now that it's working, let's see. I'm going to get the live dashboard, and I'm going to put this on to Slack, bat signal, and we're going to get going here. See, Jeremy's watching on the Facebooks. Hi, Jeremy. Jeremy. The Zoob hit me up. What's up, the Zoob? Hey, Zoob. Zoob Bear. Hope everything's all right over there. Let's see. Bat signal. Almost there, guys. Sorry. Channel. Sometimes these YouTube addresses are so weird looking. I'm not sure if I even have the right link. Okay. Looks like we're good. I'm going to do my preview editor. All right. Preview editor's good. I think we're ready to do a show. A long, long show. Let's go to the 2X cam, see our faces. Hey!
Hey!
Hi. Oh! What's up? We got Jeremy, we got Liam. Jeremy and Liam.
Jeremy.
And who else is in here? Anybody else is in here? Craig. What's up, Craig? We decided to use mics today. It wasn't ideal yesterday. I tried. I'm an audio snob. What can I say? What are we doing today?
I'm setting up a render right now.
Yeah? You going to the plow?
I think I am probably going to go to the plow.
If you're joining us for the first time, we're stream-a-thoning. It's
Stream-a-thon.
It's our
Welcome to the Stream-a-thon. Stream-a-thon.
fundraiser.
Hey, everybody, let's raise some money for Doctors Without Borders. Yeah, go to mograph.com/donate to donate.
Terrible. You know, it's it seems a little bit like a moot point to weed whack outside right now.
I know.
At this point, but there's weed whackers going, just in case, just so that the people who aren't outside the window ever for the next 3 months or so, like what, why? Can you hear this?
I know. Like,
why do I need that?
I don't own a lawnmower. I've got a guy who does my lawn, and I feel bad. Like, it needs a mowing. You know, but it's like, I don't want to be like, hey, can you leave your house to come mow my lawn?
Right.
You know, it's like the biggest a-hole move you could possibly do.
Right.
You know,
like make him be exposed to things that he shouldn't be.
Right.
You know?
So when he's ready, he'll probably hit me up.
Yeah, Liam. Liam says bring him in for an interview. Come on inside. I know you've been at everybody's house weed whacking, but come on. Come lick the microphone. So we're gonna do chat. We're gonna call in. We're gonna get some call-ins throughout the day. It doesn't matter if you'd like to call in and talk about the situation. If you want to vent, if you want to show us what you're working on. You know, I know
Show us what you're working with.
a lot of you are NDA'd and whatnot, so we understand. But if you're working on a fun project that you can show, or a daily or something like that, let us know. Casey is going to call in today. He's going to do those burpees because he promised us burpees. We're raising money for Doctors Without Borders still.
Yes.
Trying to hit that 3K goal now, yo. Hey, look how close we are to 2,000. If we get to 2,000, we're going to have to put in another 100. We throw in 100 at every 500. So if you are looking to help some people, I know it's really hard to even think about that right now, but there are people who are in some desperate need of medical help right now. Go ahead and it doesn't matter how much you do, just put in a little bit. Every bit helps. We hit that 2K goal. We're going to put in another 100. We want to hit 3,000 really bad. So
that would be cool.
Hit us up. All you got to do is Skype in. You can share your screen and whatnot, you know, all of that. Do
you hear that the music that every time that happens? I think it's a beeple. I think it sounds just like a beeple.
Oh, it does sound like a beeple. Hold on, let me go back and hear it. Oh, I missed it. Listen.
Yeah.
It's that same.
Here, let me go grab my beeple.
We both have beeple. My beeple's around here somewhere. I don't know where he is. The problem is he gets exposed to sunlight, and then it's, you know, he's noisy. Is he working though? Does he have batteries?
Yeah, totally.
Wow. Yeah.
Come on, work.
It's the same waveform. Let's hear it.
Can't get it to work. Come on, look at the light.
Oh. Yeah, there you go. He could be a DJ.
That's how people got his name. Did y'all know that?
That's how people got his name.
Stupid little thing right here.
Yeah. So we also decided today that, you know, Matt will probably do another serial review. You know.
Yep. Matt's super serious, super serial, whatever.
If you need to rest your stomach a little bit, you don't have to eat it. You can spit it out like a true tasting.
Nah.
Yeah.
You gotta eat it. Cereal is made. This cereal is made for eating.
So it's not just
and
mouthfeel.
That's just what I'll do.
It's throat feel too. Like, how does it feel? I think that's a genuine concern when you're eating cereal. Is throat feel? Yeah, you know.
No, I mean, if you chew up anything well enough, it's all gonna feel the same.
I don't know, man. Have you ever had Captain Crunch? What's the? Is it Captain Crunch?
Yeah, Captain Crunch is always the one that destroys your mouth.
Destroys your mouth.
Destroy. Captain Crunch, the mouth destroyer.
Yeah. We are going to talk about cooking and stuff too. We could do that right now, actually, because right now Impulse is talking about 2 weeks off to try keto, but no sugar sucks. You know, the thing is, were you actually in ketosis? That's my question. Did you get the pee sticks? Because once you get it takes more than 2 weeks. Once you get past that 2 weeks and you're actually in ketosis, all of a sudden that like no sugar sucking thing goes away, and like almost like magic, you don't get hungry anymore. So that's a life hack right there. Captain Crunch destroys your mouth. It doesn't destroy your throat, I guess. So but what is the purpose of swallowing the cereal in your review?
It's good. It's very tasty. It fills you up. I was hungry yesterday.
Liam says, when the captain comes to me and destroys my mouth, man, it gets me pumped.
Oh my
god. So let's see. We're gonna try and get Billy on today. Billy Ross. We should call him Billy Ross. He's very calming, and he makes some nice calming scenes.
Yes, he does.
I think Billy might be the Bob Ross of Mograph.
Yeah.
He should grow his hair out.
He has long hair.
He
just
curl
doesn't
it.
have a fro.
Yeah, he should fro it. I think that would be awesome. We're gonna work on some dailies.
We'll pay for a perm.
Yeah, yeah. Man, I need to see a Photoshop of that right now.
Yeah,
that
someone
would be
Photoshop
great.
Billy with the Bob Ross Pro.
That would be so awesome. Maybe we can do a reel review if people want to send reels in. If people want to call in with their reel as well, show us what you're working on. Casey's, how many burpees does he owe us? 100 burpees?
100. Yeah.
What was the deal? A burpee per?
I don't know. That if we hit like $500 or something like that.
Oh, he would do 50.
Like he made that deal way too early.
Right. That's true.
He should have set the bar a little bit higher.
Yeah. Yeah. What else is on the agenda? We could talk about parenting in school. I also want to talk about folding at home. That'll be fun. We're going to work on some dailies. You got to work on your serial intro for your serial review podcast. And then if you have to take a break at some point for the baby, I'll probably do some just daily modeling stuff. We'll probably check in on the School of Motion stream at some point, see how that's going. I'll be interested to see what that's like. I haven't really gone and looked up how that works. I don't know if it's about like a Zoom meeting or something like that.
Yeah, Liam says we're about to break the top 1,000.
Of what?
That's awesome. From folding at home.
Oh, at folding at home. Nice.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really awesome. Let's talk about that for a second, because I wanted to talk about that yesterday. If you're at home, you may be working during the day. Some parts of the country, it's actually still kind of cold, so this would be very advantageous. I know my office has been pretty hot lately doing this.
Mine
but
too.
When you send a render at night, it gets hot, and it uses just about the same amount of energy, it seems. So what happens is this software you install helps to fight coronavirus in its own way, and their website.
You're able to explain how it works?
I can explain to the best of my ability how this works. Did you ever hear of SETI at home? Remember SETI at home? This is folding at home. So SETI at home, is this still a thing? Because I heard it got shut down at one point, like they weren't doing it anymore. But I'll bring this up on. Oh, that is a terrible screenshot to bring up. I'm not bringing that up. Let me find a better resolution screenshot. Let's see. This is a better screenshot. Yeah, it's an okay screenshot. But so it was this screensaver, and this was, when was this? the 90s, the late 90s, the early 2000s.
I have no
this
idea.
Was popular. They made it kind of look like Star Trek, which was fun. So what it would do is it would take data coming from dishes that were pointed up into the sky to see if they could find.
Hey, John.
Hey, Drew. What's up? Stay safe out there.
Yep.
It would take data. It would analyze it to try and find patterns and things like that, and process stuff from the space just to see if there's intelligent life out there. Oddly enough, you point the dish at Earth, you still don't find anything. So what they've done, though, with this site, it's called Folding at Home. Well, bam. Is it does the same kind of thing, and it's very simple to set up. You install a little piece of software, and you can join a team. We have a team. It's Team Mograph. I have to get the what number that is, actually. I'll try and look that up. And what it does is it takes your GPUs and even CPU, I believe, on some computers. It's weird. Like, only one of my computers came up with the CPU option, and I don't know why. But
which one is it? Is it your main one?
Meeseeks, and I think
maybe
Meeseeks
it's because it's an Intel. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't work with whatever we have. What is it called?
Threadrippers.
The Threadrippers. So let me bring up the web control here, if it will load. They're under a hard load right now, and the problem is that they don't have enough data to even throw at everybody right now. They're trying. which is why we encourage you making a donation to them as well. So if you look at this screen right here, you can see our team number is 236817. If you want to join, the name of the team is Mograph. 236817. We can see our stats here. We've got a lot of people on this network right now. Sometimes the screen just doesn't load. So we'll see. Sometimes you have to like load it a whole bunch of times. They're just under, I mean, I guess it's a good problem, but a lot of people are trying to help right now. I'm not able to, let's see. These are monthly stats for March. Let's see. Oh, look, Linus Tech Tips is actually, he's number 4. Well, that's understandable. Yeah. But if we type Mograph, and if it will work, these are monthly stats. Come on. You can do it. There we go. Okay, now this is the monthly stat. We're 345 for the month on the monthly stat. That's cool. But I think the overall stat right now, Liam said we're about to hit the top 1,000, and that's out of like 300,000 teams. We have tons of people. Look at all these people who have joined our team to Fold. That's pretty spectacular. And I'll try and zoom in a little bit more. But I recognize a lot of these, you know, Raphael Rao, Tom Glimpse, there's Liam, Julie Kraft, Digital Castaway. Who else? Kira. I think Kira started this, right? Or was
Kira
it Liam?
Did start it, yeah.
Okay. Rockaforce. I'm in here twice for both machines, so I'm split. I'm all around 500.
You can set it as one username. See, mine is 2 computers but 1 username. Yeah.
Oh. And everybody's using their spare cycles. So what this is you turn it on, you let your GPU, your CPU go, and it's doing combinations of folding proteins. And
how amazing would it be if they said Team Mograph cured coronavirus?
Right.
Just think about the exposure.
Right. The exposure dollars. Yeah. There's a lot of information on how it works on their website, and I don't want to pretend that I know everything about it, but it has to do with combinations of folding proteins to find ways that drugs will interact with it and disintegrate the virus. So they're working on that, but their infrastructure right now is, having a little trouble, and that's because they can't keep up with the demand at this point. They have so many people, and not enough data to even process. But if you get on there, it'll kind of rotate between people's computers, which will help a little bit, kind of turn your GPUs on and off. But I think it's an incredible easy way to help right now, And then the other way that you can help, of course, is by donating to different charities. Right now we're raising money for Doctors Without Borders, and the thing about this situation right now is everybody is wondering, where is my next paycheck coming from? Or if it's not that, it's, depending on your situation and where you work, it's like, okay, am I going to get laid off? Do I have enough money in the bank? Will things change? A lot of people, it hasn't really changed their income at this point. But again, you got to remember, people in other countries, that's not such a, what would you say? It's I'll give you an example. Sometimes you hear about people in other countries working for a living, day to day, going to work in a field somewhere and making like 10 cents a day or something like that, right? Now, the way that the economy works, the way things work in other countries, that's not necessarily a lot of money, but it's more than it would be here. Does that make sense? So donating a little bit of money can go a long way in other countries. It's the way the dollar translates. It's just, unfortunately, the way the world works. We're not all equal. So what you can do is donate like $5, and you would be surprised like how far that goes in another country. And so that's why, if you feel like if you donate $5 it won't make a difference, it actually will. So right now, we want you to maybe stop thinking about your income for about 5 minutes and help some other people. And the way that you do that is you go to mograph.com/donate and just do what you can. Because there's somebody somewhere that has nothing in their pocket and they need assistance. And it's
I'm a big
way.
believer in karma too. You know, I feel
Very
like
much
it'll
so.
come back tenfold.
Absolutely. So we're trying to hit that goal, and we're like blown away. We had an original goal of $1,000 yesterday, and we almost doubled that. We're putting in $100 for every 500 on here, so we get another $95. Automatic $100 goes on top of that, and we've got 2 more days to raise $1,000. I think we can do that, right?
Yep,
I
think
hope so.
And everyone tweet it out, share the link and everything. Tell them to come hang out with us.
Hang out with us.
Yeah.
Tweet, just do youtube.com/Mograph if you want to do kind of a link to our live streaming, because, you know, the YouTube link changes all the time. So youtube.com/Mograph, you'll be able to just see our channel. You can sign up. Then you'll get alerts whenever we go live. Or if you just want to go directly to the link on a tweet or an Insta or something like that, just mograph.com/donate. It'll take you right to the page. This money, it does not even go into our bank account. It literally goes straight to them.
Yep.
It's
Which is nice.
Such a great
don't have
way
to deal with it.
Yeah. There's no tax things we have to figure out or anything. It's just they're registered with them, goes directly to them. So we are very grateful for everybody who helped yesterday, because it's just
That was a huge amount yesterday.
incredible.
That's amazing. Yeah.
I should probably go right now and check out and see where we're at. That number up there will update periodically.
I think we're still at 1905. Yeah.
So I just need to bring my page up for that. Oops, typed in the wrong address. Donate. Do I know how to spell donate?
I don't know. Do you?
Yay!
Do you?
I know how to spell donate.
I misspelled a whole bunch of stuff yesterday when I said Doctors Without Borders, and I spelled it like
BOARD.
Yeah,
Borders.
Borders.
Yeah.
With Doctors Without Surfboards. Doctors
Without Surfboards. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Yeah. Impulse said he tried folding it home, but it keeps crashing other apps. You can't just run it while you're going. And what I would say is just turn it on and off. I know there's an option to only go while you're idle, but what happens is, like for me, I was editing in Premiere, and so it would play a bunch of 4K footage, and then when you would hit stop, folding it at home would kick in, and then you'd hit play, and it would be like, I don't know what to do. So I would just manually start and stop it. Green screen's looking a little funky. Hold on.
Oh boy, gonna show the magic.
Yeah. You want to see the magic?
How far away is the green screen from you?
Oh, it's literally right there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's really funny. I like the you can see the shadow from your hand. You know.
Let me see if I can. You want to see behind the magic?
No.
Is there a mess back there? No, it's not too bad. It's pillows.
Yeah, I made sure to clean my office before we started streaming.
Yeah. All right.
Look how awake my plant is, though.
Yeah.
Like it was all droopy yesterday. Look at that.
That's Winnie the
Good
Pooh,
old
right?
Pooh Bear.
Yeah.
That's
Pooh
Winnie.
Bear.
Yeah, Pooh Bear.
Well,
because it gets sad when it doesn't have food.
We killed 30 minutes, Matt. Only like 5.5 hours to go.
Yeah, and I got my render ready to go.
Oh.
Just gonna have to wait until tonight to hit go.
Oh, dude, just send it to the plow. You're fine.
Yeah, I have a bunch of takes. You can't do takes with the plow.
Because you got to make whatchamacallit files. Orbits.
Yeah, you have to do Orbix too, but you can't do takes.
Right.
You know.
You
so
know,
it's okay.
We didn't hear yesterday from Tokyo Megs.
We didn't.
He said he was gonna call in and show us how to make some beats.
Yeah.
You want to make some beats today with us, Dog Buns?
Every day and every night.
Oh, the other
Anyone
thing
who
that we want to do
that's the-
today is we want
That's the
to
Elmo brushing your teeth song, by the way.
the what?
The Elmo brushing your teeth song.
Oh God. Elmo. Let's okay, one of the things we wanted to do today was maybe learn Spark AR. You and I have never touched it.
Yeah.
We're
Yeah, I
gonna
think
try
that'd be
and
fun.
install it and just like walk through it ourselves and just see what we can do.
Yeah. Let's build a face filter.
I mean, we could try and do that. You gotta
Yeah.
load up Spark AR though.
Yeah, I'll have to download it.
What?
Who was it? Who was it that did the Spark AR one at NAB East?
Oh, who did that? I don't remember. Somebody was using it.
Yeah.
They were showing like an example and everything.
Is it Sakani?
No. I don't know who it was. We should try it out though. You should install it first though. Should I
Yeah,
should
I
I
will.
just do the pug calendar or should I wait for
Nah, wait for EJ.
for EJ? But the thing is I don't know if he can get on today.
Oh.
I can ask
yeah,
him.
he's getting on the school emotion.
But that's
thing
not till this
today.
afternoon.
Yeah.
I'm telling Ariev we're on right now.
Okay, it wasn't. No, it was. Come on. Where was it? Who was it? Ariev's probably still asleep. Doug Appleton. That's right.
Oh, okay.
Using C4D to create AR filters for Facebook and Instagram. Yeah, he works over at Perception.
I'm telling Ariev he can call in. He doesn't have to local record or do any of that stuff. I'm like, even from a phone, just like Skype us from wherever. He said a few hours. All right, I'm gonna hit up EJ too because I would like to show him this gift. We got him a gift for DFWC4D, which would have been yesterday. Can you believe that?
I know.
That would have been so much. Last night would have been epic.
Yeah, you know what? It's a completely different world now.
I mean, can
Like,
you imagine that world? Like,
who knew we were, who would have thought, like, a month ago, we would be Mad Max style quarantine? I'm assuming that's what happened in Mad Max. I've never seen it.
I'm telling EJ we have a virtual gift for
Hi,
him.
Vicky. Go to mograph.com/donate. Oh. Man,
Oh,
I need
nice.
Casey here to do those sweet stretches with me. Let's do some stretching. What do you think, Dave? Woohoo! All right, we hit it.
Oh, we did.
Yeah, refresh.
Okay, cool. Hold on. I'm doing all the text things.
All right.
Okay, EJ's gonna hop on after the live stream, so we'll give him
Cool.
his virtual gift then. And then
Gustav, thank you so much. Tesla Rock, thank you.
oh
Cody
man,
Clack,
it's just
thank
coming
you.
in
Yeah, I know,
here
right?
Already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Hit that refresh.
All right. Hold on.
Mash that refresh button.
Mash that refresh. Source. Let's refresh the bar. We'll watch that thing go up, and then I'm gonna refresh the amount here. All right.
Boom.
Awesome, yo. Guess it's time for me to add another $100.
Yeah.
$100.
Man, see, so we only gotta do what is that? That'll be $870 left to hit that 3,000 goal. That's awesome. Man,
All right.
I can grab myself a
Mograph.
soda.
I wish you would. I want to finish doing our donation here. Let me PayPal this. I'm not on screen, right? You don't see my password? Ah. All right. Yep. Good. Log in. About to hit that, mash that refresh button again. Let's do it. And in there, pay. There we go.
What video game should I try and beat today?
Right. That is a good question. What can you, well, there, you said that there's one you're good at, but you can't beat at the end. Is that the Punch Out?
No, yeah.
How long does that
can
take?
make it. It takes a little while. Yeah.
Yeah. What's something fast you could go through? What have you beat before?
Mario 2. I could do Mario 2. I don't know how quickly I could beat it.
Yeah,
It's
that'll
like
take a
once you
while.
get to the last few levels, it takes a while.
Man, everybody just... All right. Yeah, Gustav, Tesla Rock, Cody, thank you very much. It's time for
Y'all
me
are
to...
amazing. Thank you so much.
Let's update that amount again. I don't think it's hit the server yet, so I'm waiting for it to hit the server. Might take a minute. Refresh. That's not refreshing yet.
Did you have music playing yesterday?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
never
for
heard it.
most of the day. I didn't want it up too loud. I figured if we start doing dailies, we can just turn it up and,
Yeah.
you know, turn it up and yank the knob off.
Weird.
All right. All right, so let's talk about Spark. Let's figure out some Spark in the meantime.
it.
Ariev and EJ are going to call in later on. Still waiting to hear back from Tokyo Megs. Ariev said he's learning Ableton with his son right now. So I'd like
That's
to hear
cool.
about his experience because,
Yeah.
man, if Octane Jesus starts doing music, can you imagine? Ableton Jesus? All right, so I've installed Spark AR. I'm gonna
See.
like this
Do
is.
you have to go through? Do you have to go through
I mean,
the Creative Cloud thing to download it?
No, I just went to their website. Is that even is it owned by Adobe? I didn't even know that. See,
Thought it was.
where is it
I'll just
installed though? Wait, Spark AR Studio. All right, I'm bringing this up, y'all. We're gonna learn.
Oh
on
no, that's
the
Facebook.
fly.
Okay, my bad. Yeah.
Oh, Facebook.
What was
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thinking
yeah,
of?
yeah.
What was I thinking of?
You're thinking of Substance Designer.
No, I'm thinking of something else.
I don't know.
Browser.
I don't know. So do you log in with Facebook? All right. So the first thing that you
I think
do
so.
is you log in with Facebook. I'm not going to bring it up on the screen until I got it going here. Log in. Can I not just? Okay. I guess I have to type it all in like a poor person.
Please install iTunes on your computer.
No.
That's what it says.
Are you in the right place?
It
Spark
is required
AR?
for testing mirroring Spark AR Studio projects on iOS devices.
I haven't. I mean, maybe I already had iTunes installed. Maybe that's why.
Yeah, but iTunes doesn't even exist anymore, does it?
Yeah, I think so. For
Does
your
it?
computer, it does.
Ugh, I don't
Yeah,
want.
yeah,
I don't
yeah.
want. I don't want. I hate. Yeah. You have to install iTunes for
That's
Spark.
funny.
That's Arrow. That's what I was thinking. Yeah. Thank you, Cody. Yeah.
Oh, okay, yeah.
I think, right? Isn't that?
Yeah. All right.
Booty boo.
All right, I'm going to bring this up full screen. I have no idea what I'm doing. I literally have no... So if anybody out there
Here,
is...
well, look. Here. Let's...
If somebody knows about this stuff and wants to call in and show us around, that would be spectacular.
Look, here.
Otherwise, we're just going to...
Check out that link. See if you can bring up that link or whatever.
What's this?
Because that's the one from Doug Appleton at the NAB show 2019.
Ableton.
Appleton.
Ableton. Isn't that Perfect Strangers? No,
I don't
that's Balky Batocamus. There we go.
Theater mode. Going to theater mode, dude.
Thetra mode. All right, what do we got?
Are we gonna get dinged?
No,
showing Max on
no.
stuff?
You have to set that. You have to set that up. Does he go through the whole process though?
Yeah.
He
from
does?
from beginning to end. Yeah, he brings in a bunch of splines into Cinema, and then I think he exports his OBJs or something like that. I don't know.
This needs to be de-interlaced. What's going on here? Who set up this stream? Oh, it was us. So he's making a thing. I'm just kind of looking
Yeah.
around. Like I'm just gonna, obviously we're not gonna sit here and watch the whole tutorial. So he's making the thing.
Right, of course.
Do. Going through. Man, I completely missed this. I must have been running around trying to make sure tech was working or something.
Yeah.
I completely forgot about this. This is jogging my memory now. So he's just mostly
Right.
making the thing, which makes sense
He's
because this
making
is
the
about
thing
Cinema 4D.
in Cinema first. Yeah.
Right. So
he's making the thing, and then I think he projects those splines onto the thing.
All right. So he's taking the.
I gotta hold my baby. Give me 1 second.
Oh man. All right. So I guess it has little test thingies in it. Like people moving their head around, which that's cool. Now he's bringing in these 3D files. See, what are these 3D files? That's what we got to find out. Is this like OBJs? I should back up and find out about that. So he's exporting FBX. Okay. All right. And then he's aligning things. Obviously, we're not going to go through this whole process on the stream, but I'm just trying to get the gist of it, just because I want to know more about it. Look at that. So it just tracks. We should try something simple. All right. We should try something simple here. So, I'm going to go back here. Welcome to Spark. Start a tour. Let's look at it.
Say hi to the stream. Say hi, stream.
Hello. Craig says,
when you're a Mograph.
Craig says, I've been trying to get a Mixamo character into Spark today. You can grab the default ones and they drop in. Ooh. Okay, well that's fun. Okay, so work with your effect in the viewport. This is the viewport.
Oh, is this like a tutorial that tells you how to do it?
Well, it's just a tour.
Oh, okay.
Where you can see and build your effect. Okay, continue. Preview your effect in the simulator. Okay. All right. Continue.
Cool.
Is it just for faces? I thought you could do like stuff like on your desktop too.
I don't. No. I think you're thinking of Arrow.
Oh, okay. I thought they both did it.
No, I don't know.
Change the simulator video with the video controls. Okay, got it. Add objects to the scene panel to start building your effect. Face tracker, particle systems. Later you can customize the way they look and behave. Okay. Add assets. So this is where we would bring in textures, materials, things like that. Okay.
Cool.
Build an effect library with ready-made assets. Okay. Okay, yeah.
For both
Craig
faces
says,
and AR. Okay,
cool. Because I'm more interested in that. I feel like the face thing is cool, but I feel like I just want to put an object on my desk, even if it's a cube. That's my goal. I want to put a cube on my desktop. That's all I want to do.
Didn't EJ do a tutorial like this?
Did he do a full tutorial on it? I know I saw a test that he did.
I don't know. Like I don't see it on his YouTube.
Well, it might be on School of Motion.
That's true, yeah.
All right. Let's see. Oh, you can do a template. Let's do a template because maybe it brings in... Okay, look. World object. Put a 3D object.
Oh, okay.
This is... Okay. Wait, what happened? Oh, that... oh, okay. Why did it get small? Okay. I understand, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, Adobe Arrow is what he did.
Oh, he used Arrow? I hear him talking about Spark all the time. I thought he used Spark. Oh, dude. 2155. Yeah.
55. Yeah, thanks.
All right, we get 2,500. Another $100 goes in the bucket. All right, so...
Wouldn't we need to get to 2,600? I'm a little confused because I feel like we're adding more money than what we're supposed to be adding.
Well,
because we add 100, like at 2,000, we added 100, and then they only need to add 400 more. So are we matching every $400?
No, we're actually matching every $500 in order to match every $400.
Okay.
I'm trying to make the math simple here.
All right.
Yes, technically every $400.
Okay.
But
that's fine.
Yes, we're just making it easy. The easy math. By the way, it is a tax write-off.
Okay. Yes, it is.
It is an official tax write-off. If you know, some people need tax write-offs, man.
Yeah, totally.
All right, so this is the preview thing. So it's got a little deal. So we've got a platonic right there. That's fun. and I don't know what to do next. I really don't. Device, scene, camera.
Okay, go into Cinema and like just export an OBJ, because we need some sort of 3D object, right?
Well, we got
like,
that 3D object right there.
Oh, okay.
I just want to start with this and say, okay, now how do I get it to my... I don't know how to get it to my phone. What do I do? Like, where does this go?
I don't know.
You know?
Well, you need iTunes installed in order to see it on your phone.
That's not fun. Are you...
Nope.
Do we really have to have iTunes? Like,
I
my
think
phone
so.
isn't synced to my PC. So what do? Do we save it? No. Bottom left. What's the bottom left? Bottom left? Oh, to add an object. But how do I just go see this on my... Oh, test on device. Derp.
Ooh.
Send to connected device. Open Spark on a device. Connect the device to your computer with a USB. I don't even have a USB cable for the...
How do you not have a USB cable?
Hold on.
How do you charge your phone?
I mean, it's on the nightstand, but I charge my phone wirelessly here at the desk.
Oh, right.
Hold on.
How you doing? You want to say hi?
I've got
You say
a
hi?
cable somewhere. Let me go find it. Let me put the video back on you. Hold on. I'll be back.
Oh.
Keep us entertained, Matt.
This is Cooper, everyone. Cooper is 2 months old 2 days ago. He has finally started smiling, which makes his daddy happy because it makes him less angry and frustrated that he will not take a nap when he smiles at me, right? Isn't that true? You started eating your hands a lot. You have no control over your hands, though, right? Yep. And we finally found some formula that works for him. Took us 800 things of formula before we finally found one that works, huh? Huh. Yep.
All right. Hope this doesn't do anything stupid. I hate hooking my phone into PCs. It feels dirty.
Thanks, Vicky. I think he's adorbs too. Oh dear. Oh jeez.
Oh, Mary.
Cooper.
I need a longer cable.
Can you smile for everyone?
All right,
That'd be
my
super
phone's
nice
plugged
if you
in.
did.
Don't give me a virus. Okay, send. Yeah. I don't know what to do with this iPhone. I'm a Windows machine. Blah blah blah. All right. Oh, did I hear back from Tokyo? No. Oh, Tokyo Meg says, when are you streaming? Now and all day. Lol.
Lol. Is it weird if you say lol about your own comment? Like you're laughing at your own joke?
No. I mean, I said lol. Alright, I'm sending this to my phone. I don't know what it's gonna do.
Yeah.
Mirroring to Dave's phone failed. Oh, how about that?
Because you need iTunes installed.
Oh, you need the player app, which I already installed because... Trust this computer. Yes. Okay.
Oh, you dropped it.
There we go. Yeah, I do have the Spark player installed, so maybe I have... Oh, I have to enable all the access for all the things. Enable.
You have to have a Spark AR app on your phone?
Yeah, it's a player. You can just get it for free
Okay.
from iTunes. Okay, now it's connecting. Okay. That seems to be working, so... Let me figure out how we can see it. Stand by for the fun. Does it do sideways? It doesn't do sideways. I wish it did sideways. It would look better.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway. Let's see here. Let's mirror that up. All right. Why don't I see anything?
Why don't you see anything? You should take a nap.
I should? Oh.
Yeah, let's do a live stream of one of us just taking a nap in the background.
Yeah. Scan converter apply. And nothing. I had this all working before the show, I swear. Let me just go
Really?
back. Let's dig into this and see why. What is not working here? We got this. I'm gonna do.
I'm gonna download Arrow in the meantime. Arrow mobile?
All right, this is called iPhone. I just want this app to work.
Oh, thanks, dude.
It's doing nothing. All right, let's see what we got here. That's working. NDI. Oh, you know what? I bet I have to reselect. Yep. There we go.
Get it?
Yeah, it's just one button. All right, you ready for this?
Use this link to install Adobe Arrow. Yeah, let's see it.
All right, let me push this live and see what happens here.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, man.
Ooh.
Look at that. Ooh,
Oh, you look really
so
red.
green.
That's super. Yeah, you look very saturated. You look like you just ran for like an hour.
Okay.
Hey!
All right. Sorry about my messy desktop, you guys, but all right. So can I move the object? Oh yeah, put it right on this Mograph thing.
Ooh.
Dude, that was pretty easy. Look at
Okay.
that. We just learned the basics of Spark AR.
Okay,
Right?
so now
Can I turn it
now-
sideways? I really want to turn it sideways, but it won't do the flippy thing. So it's all right.
what's
though.
the little turn thing
The
next to the take a picture?
Changes cameras. What does this do?
Oh.
To exit
3 times.
presentation
Oh.
mode? Oh, that's cool. Presentation mode so you can like show people. I still can't turn it sideways for the stream, but that's all right. Man, that's working amazingly well though.
So now work on like take a 3D Mograph.com logo. You know?
No, I got a better idea.
Oh, you got a better idea. Is it a 3D dick butt?
No.
Okay, good.
No.
I
it's
mean,
not. All right.
earmuffs.
Dude, that's awesome. Like that worked really well. Really, really well. Look at that. Bam. Look at that.
Bam.
Wow. Whoa, microphone. And it's the fact that like you can move this around like other places, and
And then
you-
it finds
you come
the thing
back
again.
and it's pretty close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty close. You know, that's pretty good. Okay, now I'm excited about AR.
Now you're excited.
Now I'm excited about AR. All right, let me.
So, but how can you use this? Do people have to like download the app or something like that?
I don't know. I don't know what you then do with it. Do you load this into an app? Do you bring this into Facebook?
Like I get the face filters and stuff like that, but
Right.
like, and Amazon has the let's see this in your room or whatever.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
how
yeah.
do you do that
I don't
in here?
I don't know. Let's see. I don't know if it's like strictly Facebook or if it's meant to be used with other things, you know. But that's pretty cool. Like you got other stuff in here like microphone. I'm guessing that you can make the microphone affect things. Really, I'm more interested in just being able to implement FBXs and stuff into tracking, you know.
Right.
So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna go to. I gotta find this real quick. That's why my screen's not up. Oh man, Casey's on. Casey, yes, give us 10 minutes and it will be burpee time. 10 minutes. You need some
10
time to get
minutes
ready.
to burpees.
A little bit of water.
Cool.
Get you a puke bucket. Here's the problem: is that we surpassed 2,000. So what's the number he's got to do now?
Yeah, dude. Well, I don't know. I thought he was doing
Burpees too, man. This ain't no like
100 for every 500, right? So technically, he's got to do 400 burpees.
All right, we might.
It's gonna take him like 15 minutes.
Oh
to do
yeah,
it.
yeah. All right. Well, what we'll do is let's finish this. We'll get him on the
100.
line.
Casey, is there a number that we could reach to where you do burpees until you throw up?
Okay, he's just gonna do 100.
I know, but like, is there like, okay, you reach $10,000 and I will do burpees until I throw up?
Oh God.
You know?
Oh yes. Name your price?
Name your price.
At what point do you sell out? That's what we're asking.
My price is really low for that.
All right, I gotta look through my files. See if I did find this. Will this bring in OBJs?
I think so. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know why it wouldn't.
I might not even have to. I might not even have to do like a. I don't know. How do I? Where's the asset? Where's the Platon? Oh, it worked.
I don't see your screen.
Oh, sorry.
Ha!
How's that? How's
Sorry.
that? Yes.
That's good. I like
yes.
it. I like it. Yeah.
Yes. All right, now.
You gotta move him
I don't
back,
know how
yeah.
to rotate. I don't know the controls.
Yeah, there you go. Rotate.
No, but that's not the scene. I wanted to rotate. To hold Alt. Do I middle click?
Oh.
Do I right? Right. Okay, right click. Oh man. Ah. Hey, bro.
That's a pretty good model of his head.
I don't know. I just learned Spark AR
AR
yesterday. All right. Oh, see. Okay, so you got your screen. Okay, how do I get rid of the platonic? Go away, platonic. I don't want you
Platonic
anymore,
delete?
platonic. Drop shadow. But where? I don't. Like, does this? Where? Okay, I'm looking for my object browser or something. Where would that be? Layers? No.
No.
Am I missing it? 3D
Is
head.
that down in the bottom?
Oh, default
Yeah.
object. Default object? Can I just delete that?
Oh boy.
Oh no, I didn't want to do that. Undo. What?
What about down in the
anchor
bottom?
placeholder?
Assets. Your assets. Is that it?
Assets. No. Anybody in the chat? Anyone?
Look at you. You gonna cry? You gonna cry? You gonna cry?
Oh, that is the place. Okay, yeah, that's the placeholder. Yeah, delete. Okay, so let's move this up. And how do we see our... Does it matter where we place it, though? Like, does the bottom of his head have to be at origin?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I think so. It's all about...
We gotta send him a message. We gotta send him a message. Tell him to get on the stream.
It's getting weird.
Are you sending him? Will you send him something?
Yeah.
Stream's getting weird. All right. Let's see.
Oh my gosh.
What? What?
Here, Dave. Here, bring this up on. Bring up this link.
Oh, somebody did it. Oh my gosh. Who did this? Who did this?
Liam.
Oh, I had a feeling. Dude, that
Oh,
is
man.
spectacular. Like, that's the
That
new...
is so good.
This has to
That's
be
so
a thing.
good.
This has to be
Yeah.
Billy Ross, man. Oh, that's the most amazing.
Billy Bob Ross.
You win for today.
Yes.
So far. Let's see if anybody can top Billy Ross. All right, I think this is close to Origin. I don't know.
Yeah. I guess. I mean, you have the floor. It's showing the shadow there. Maybe it just shows shadows and stuff. I don't know. Export it. Let's see.
Oh. Yeah. Okay. No, that makes sense. He should be a little bit off the floor.
Yeah.
Though. And should his head be this big, or should I like scale him down just a little? I think he's gonna take up too
Whatever.
much of the frame. Well, I guess it doesn't matter because you can move your phone, right? I don't know.
Right.
Sure. All right, so I'm going to go to my desktop, and I'm just going to call this Beeple AR. Did you text Beeple?
No, I'm telling him right now.
Okay. Mike, it's your face. All right, let me minimize this. All right. And all right. I'm scared. I'm scared, Matt. Scared to bring this
Why?
up, Matt. What's gonna happen? Who's texting me? Okay. All right. Oh man. Let's bring up the scene. All right, here's the platonic from before. Now let me resend the scene. I wonder if it takes a while because it's just more geometry. Oh, that was pretty good.
Oh, but it's not.
Wait.
It's not anchored.
Why isn't it anchored? Am I doing something wrong?
Well, probably.
I don't understand.
Oh, dude, what if you use that in order to create a Beeple face filter to where you turn your face into Beeple's face?
Oh my gosh. Okay, hold on. I bet you... Okay, here's the thing. I bet you have to put this in to the plane tracker, which I didn't do. See?
Okay.
I bet this has to go inside here. Yeah. This has to go in here. There we go.
Oh boy.
Wait, now
But
why...
well, it's parented to something that's rotating.
Oh, okay. Because the...
Undo. Just undo.
Okay. Why is it rotating? Why is this
I don't
rotating?
know. That's probably...
Interactions. Actions?
No.
Animate. Spin, float, blink, or pulse. Alright, I want it to float. No,
still...
that made it worse. Where are
See,
those...
I like the float.
I like the float.
But see if you can get rid of the rotate.
Oh man, there's a whole null thing, or a whole node thing going on here.
Ooh.
Oh my goodness. This is... Okay. Alright, it's got a curve going and everything. See, okay, that's the kind of the curve, the up and down. I need to take out... There's probably a faster way to do this, but I need to take out the rotation.
Someone called the picture of Billy blurst.
Blurst Billy?
Blurst Billy.
Oh man. Okay, see, this is Spark AR. Okay, wait. It's doing this animation and it's throwing that rotation. Can I?
See, but you move him, not the.
Yeah,
there
yeah.
you go. Yeah.
Oop.
Oh, wrong way.
Wrong way.
Okay.
Why isn't he moving?
You're whiny boy.
There we go. And bring him
So
up
whiny.
like that. How's that?
Yeah.
All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna save. This is the problem with doing high intense CPU calculations on the stream. All right. So, all right. I think we're good to go. I'm gonna go back to my dingus here. I'm gonna resend it and send. Stand by. Here it comes.
Here we go.
Oh my gosh, it's huge.
Oh.
That did not work well. Wait.
Oh.
Oh wait,
too big.
I can. Here we go.
Oh yeah.
Look at that.
We got a floating Beeple head.
Show me what you got. I feel like
Yeah, I feel like the tracking on the floor is a little
it
weird.
doesn't know where the plane is. That's the problem. Move, Beeple head. Can I not move it? I thought you could move it. Oh, you just tap. Oh, there we go. That's pretty
Yeah, that looks
good.
better.
That's pretty good. Well, we learned a thing.
Yeah.
We
That
learned
wasn't too bad. That seemed relatively easy.
it was relatively easy. All right, and we have learned. Can we publish this and?
Yeah, like what do you do? Like where do you publish this stuff to?
Oh no. Maybe we'll figure that out tomorrow. I think that's pretty dope.
So now let's build a face tracker where you become Beeple. Oh my gosh.
I feel like that might take a while. Okay, well, okay,
Nah.
let's put that on hold because I think we need to get Casey on, and
He's got to
also
do his 100 burpees, right?
yeah, he's got to do his burpees. Also, okay, I'm gonna disconnect that. Ugh, go over there. Too many cables over here. All right. Let me see what's going on with Tokyo Megs real quick. Okay, cool. Awesome. All right. I'm going to tell Tokyo that we'll hit him up after Casey. You up after Casey's burpees. Oh, okay. Jason says...
Facebook isn't approving anything to publish to Instagram due to everyone at home. Why? That doesn't make sense. Oh, everyone at Facebook's at home.
Either that or everybody's at home, like...
making face filters.
making
and
face
stuff.
filters, yeah. It's funny. Ooh, I believe Nintendo's coming in. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Oh, the Skype did the weird thing again.
Just like yesterday. Just like yesterday.
Well, we got Skype. It's fine.
And my Skype has locked up just like yesterday when you called. It doesn't enjoy that. Does not enjoy that. I'll give it 1 second here to see if it'll catch up.
I really make an entrance.
Yes, you
Seriously.
All right, let's see with this.
I'm gonna have to call you guys back again.
do. Okay.
In the meantime, we're gonna enjoy this floating beeple head while I force quit Skype.
This is really taking time out of my day. I want to play Half-Life Alex.
Oh, I know.
Oh.
Did it come out last night?
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I saw.
I don't know about this.
The new the new
Half-Life.
Half-Life.
Yeah.
Alex?
It's VR.
It's reality, but virtual.
Yeah.
Ooh.
How much is it?
Retail price of a full video game.
Oh, so
$60.
$60. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not too bad.
No.
All right, I gotta force quit Skype, so I'm gonna lose y'all for a
Did
second.
you see the video of the guy?
I'll let them chat amongst themselves for a minute. All right, Skype, don't let me down, or else. Oh, good. Join call. Let's see if it's that easy. Please be that easy. Got all my things on and go. There we go. All right. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. We still
Okay,
don't
good.
see anyone.
Oh yeah, I see floating people head.
Floating beeple head. I will have to change all of this. We need to go to a 3 cam, and I need to input all of you guys. Look at that. Isn't that gorgeous? Oh, wait. No, it's not. All right. Let's put Matt Milstead right here. I'll go to the guest cam, and I will put... Come on. Lesai.
Julie on the Slack said that she needs to print and frame that picture of Billy and put it on the wall at Foxport.
Oh, man. That's awesome. Matt, why can't I get your camera? Okay, hold on. Let me just go to something else.
Oh, my camera got all blown out again.
Oh, it's hot cross bunsed.
Here, let me try turning off my camera and then turn it back on.
Turn it off and on again.
We're on bald cam right now because I need to be able to film the. I need to make more room. I mean, make some space.
It's not happy with your camera, Matt. I don't know why.
Let me try unplugging and then plugging it back
No,
in.
I think it's on my side.
Oh, I know. All right. Can you see me? Okay.
I can see you, but it's just not coming in anymore over here. I can see Casey's butt.
Casey's butt.
We'll have to change his tag too. It's funny.
Hey.
We'll just watch him for now. He'll just
Oh,
go.
boy.
He's just gonna start
All right.
while I fix the
One.
camera. How about one?
Oh, okay.
He's just.
Do we have? Can
giving it
you
a
do Can you do a timer?
Change my audio so it's
Or
coming
can
through
you
my
do a
speakers so I
counter?
can- You guys making fun of me?
Can you do a counter, Dave?
Oh, I would make sure
No.
the camera's good.
No.
I got an issue here. Check this out.
What's that?
So that light fixture.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
Oh.
I mean,
So I'm gonna have to very gingerly do the jumping jack portion. I hope that's okay.
that's okay.
That's fine.
You're doing 100. We'll give you a little bit of leeway.
No one wants to see themselves on camera like this. Not like this. All right, let me get my audio on my Skype so I can hear you guys as I'm gonna see how long you actually count these off for before you realize that it's gonna take a long time. Okay.
I believe in you.
All right, I'm gonna mute my mic.
Hopefully. Dave, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just trying to get your video
Okay.
working. That's so weird. It's just acting like you're not there.
Do you need me to end the call and then call back in?
Why don't... Yeah. Why don't you do... Wait. Before you do that. Yeah. Go ahead and you end and rejoin. All right.
How's that?
Let's try that.
Tokyo Megaplex just hit us up.
Man.
Before we get into this, have you guys been able to exploit Beeple into doing anything?
No, we just hit him up. But I don't know if he's gonna do anything.
This should be one of those social networking challenge things where I do 100 burpees and he donates
Oh,
$100 to anyone who does 100 days of dailies.
You know, he's actually paid a couple people $100.
I know, he texts me every time it happens. He'll send me a text message with a screenshot and he'll be like, "You fucking asshole, how did you do that? You see what you're doing, you're ruining my life."
Whatever. That guy's got Louis Vuitton money. Oh, you're
Alright.
just the grumpiest right now, aren't
it
you?
does not want to bring in your source. What is the deal?
So,
So Casey's gonna start his burpees while I try and figure it out. I may... oh my gosh.
Alright, cool. Yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and start doing them, and you guys can continue your stream. Like I said, this is not gonna be very entertaining for people, so take care. Do your thing.
All right. I'm gonna just bring him up on the 2 display for now, just because I can't get it to work. We'll fix it after. We'll fix it in post, right?
1. Sure.
He'll just be Matt
2.
Milstead for now.
3.
Oh man,
4. It's good quality entertainment right here.
it is. I sure hope people are
5.
donating. In the meantime, we're gonna say the reason that he's doing this
6.
is because all of you are donating. I'm just saying.
7.
Beeple
8.
just responded. He said, "You sons of bitches." He really did.
Did I miss one? Did I mess up the counting?
I hope
10.
I hope
You look
he's
like you're
counting.
getting tired already, Casey. 11.
I gotta find a sustainable pace.
Oh man.
12.
While he's doing that, I'm gonna exit the call and rejoin.
13.
I'll be right back,
Okay.
guys.
Okay. $15.
He's still going. Ooh, he's trying. Let's see if that fixed it.
16. 17. You know, we could I could install Half-Life Alyx and we could live stream that.
Ooh,
What was that? 18?
that'd be fun.
19.
Yeah, I hope you're counting.
20. This is quality entertainment here, people. 21.
Oh.
22. 23. Ooh, he's getting tired. 24. 25. Oh, you're only a quarter of the way and you're already tired.
You need a
He's
break?
gonna throw up.
Whew, it's not easy.
All right. I'm gonna try exiting Skype. I'll be right back. Keep counting.
All right.
Man. Let's see here. Skype. Stupid Skype, and you're not working this. QRS. Skype. Ooh, there's 100 Skypes running. Let's try and fix all of... Wow, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's 7 Skypes running. Let's try exiting all of them. Trust me, you're not missing much. He'll still be going. Alright. Alright. Let's open that Skype back up. Try and get Matt on the line. It's so funny. Just watch. Paused Casey for a minute. Joining back in the call. Come on with it. Alright. He's still... See? He's still going.
31. 32.
Oh my gosh. I can't get a stream from you, dude. I don't know what's going on.
What do I need to do? Do we need to start an entirely new Skype session?
Sure. Well, maybe. We'll try it afterwards. Why don't you...
33?
33?
I think.
33? Okay.
Yeah. 34. Okay,
34.
sorry.
All right.
35.
Oh, you can't see him. That's right.
Nope.
Let me switch over.
36. 37.
He's going to need to take a break.
Yeah. 38. 39.
39. 40.
40.
Matt, exit your Skype and come back in. Like, force quit your Skype.
Okay.
Need a break? Matt is invisible because his camera's not working at the moment. We're getting it working.
What are you at now? 47?
6. That's a 6. All right, let's see if I can get you now.
47. 48.
So you force quit your Skype, huh?
49. Yeah.
What in the world? Can you log in from your other account? That'll probably fix it.
Yeah, maybe. 50.
50.
All right, I'll call you right
Take
back.
a break.
Halfway there. Halfway there.
Take a break.
All right, I'll call you right back.
All right. Take a break, man. Take a break. You don't have to do it all at once.
It's so hard.
You doing all right? Where are you at?
He's on the floor dying. All right, I'll call you right back.
Okay. You all
It's
right?
for the borders.
Yeah, it's for the
for the
borders,
doctors, right?
It's for the doctors. Without borders.
Whew, I might have to give you 50 tomorrow, man. My arms are burned.
That's all right. That's all right. We can come back. Ooh.
Ooh, that's a good one though. I'm glad I didn't do my CrossFit this morning.
Hopefully Matt comes back here pretty soon. So what else are you up to today?
I'm kickstarting a new project.
Yeah?
And I'm really excited about it. So, got a bunch of R&D to start today, and yeah, it's cool. Switch the headsets real quick.
Yeah.
Some of the inspiration is, like some of the reference, is that interstellar black hole. And I've always kind of wanted to figure out a way to and like the style and shit that I normally work on.
You just buy Mitch Myers got a whole thing you can buy that's already set up for that in Octane, I think.
Yeah, no, I know, but isn't that just like an incandescent material in a reflective torus?
I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to use some real data from this company's software to generate how it collects Active Directory data and draws it into its black hole-like effect.
Okay.
Whew.
No, I like that about the stuff you're doing, like the data visualization is very it's very cool because you can just kind of come up with stuff, you know?
Yeah, it's really rewarding.
All right, I'm gonna have to call Matt to get him in here, apparently.
Whew, 50. I thought my burnout was going to be like around 65, 70, and then the last 25 were going to be real hard, but yesterday, as part of the morning workout, there was 150 push-ups, and my arms this morning were just like already kind of like, but I'll get 50 more.
When you said you were gonna do that, I was like, man, I don't know. Like, those are really hard. You lose steam really fast.
Yeah, you got to just kind of like pick a cadence and try to stay with it.
Here we go.
Like go one every 5 seconds or one every 10 seconds and see how long it'll take. When you're trying to do 100, yeah.
I'm trying to add Matt into the call here. Let's see if this works. Oh, I lost him.
Yeah, hello?
All right, I gotta get. I lost Casey. Oh my gosh, I hate Skype so much. Hold on, Casey. What's his dang username?
Nintendozer.
That's right. Hey, can you mute?
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if we actually have Matt back now.
Hello?
There you are. Sorry, I didn't know that was gonna boot you. All right.
No worries. I changed. I need to just uninstall the Windows Store version. I think the Windows Store version, when I call you, that's when it ejects one of the other participants.
Yeah. There we go. He's muted. But
I'll be right back. I'm gonna go hand off the baby.
now that I okay, cool. Now that I got him back, that's good. Good lord. Yeah, I don't know what that's a weird problem. So anyway, we're back. So, let me go check my dingus here and see if I've heard back from Tokyo Megs.
Oh, you guys are gonna make some live tunes, right?
We're gonna make some live tunes. He's bringing up some of his samples and stuff. He's getting that ready. And,
nice.
So that'll be fun.
He does a lot of shit.
Yeah, he does. So, we're gonna learn a little Ableton, and then we're gonna hear from Aryev later on today. He's actually trying to learn some Ableton right now, so might be a good lesson. I think it's pretty cool. Like they're doing homeschooling that has to do with a little bit of mix of like doing trades and stuff, you know, which I think is kind of fun, like learning different trades. You know.
Oh, that's cool.
You know, like learn some software one day or something like that. You know, so you're not just sitting there doing math or reading or whatever. You know, I think it's kind of fun.
Yeah, I've been digging pretty heavy into Unity the past few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just finding that I really just don't like Unity. And
I mean,
I kind of want to take a step away from it and dig into Unreal some more, because Unity just feels like it's just a ton of different people's code sets that are just kind of shoved together.
Yeah.
And there's certain areas of it that feel very nice, but they're obviously areas that have been created in the last like couple years. And yeah.
I see what you mean. The one thing is I've gone back and forth between Unity and Unreal like 100 times trying to decide what I like and don't like and which direction I would like to go. I still can't make up my mind. So, you kind of got those pre-made pieces of code that you can use in both of them, but then like Unreal has it, blueprints, and so that's kind of appealing to me. I don't know. Somebody who's really well versed in both of them would be Brandon Clements, and he seems to hop back and forth a lot. You know.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things that's different. You know, different tools for the job or whatever.
Yeah.
I think that Unity's always been kind of coined or praised as sort of like the Cinema 4D of game engines.
It feels like Cinema 4D in many ways. It kind of has that feel to it. You know, it's easy to use, it's easy to understand, all of that. But hi.
All right, there we go.
Now you just gotta
Hello.
put all your camera settings back.
I know.
That is the weirdest thing, dude. We just switched accounts and it was fine. I don't know why it doesn't like your account, but
I don't know.
good to know that that's the solution next time.
Save. I'm good.
I think Tokyo Meg should be ready pretty soon. He had to go by the laundromat.
Go pick up his. Yeah.
A laundromat.
Oh yeah, because he's in New York. You know.
Yeah.
New York.
There's a New York now. Springfield,
That's
Springfield.
crazy, man. That's crazy. They're the epicenter. They're getting hit the hardest. They're our Italy.
That's something that's a little bit different when it comes to, you know, your day to day. If you don't have a washer and dryer and you got to go to the laundromat, you know, that could be a place that it spreads. I mean, putting all your clothes in there, make sure.
I'm so confused about a lot of this stuff where people are like, oh, just order food to go or something like that. It's like, if someone has the flu and, you know, they're handling your food, you can get sick that way. How is this not any different? You know?
Because there's so many other things. It's less.
They're supposed to be able to handle your food. They're supposed to be cleaning their areas, cleaning their utensils, cleaning their hands, regardless. So,
right.
if it's only if it's the food prepper into if it's a food prepper into a box, into a bag, into a car that you come in and you take the stuff out, you should theoretically be fine. But you know, I walk, you know, in airports and use the restroom and wash my hands and watch 35 people behind me not wash their hands every time I travel. So
Yes.
Right.
I don't
so that
trust
is putting
anyone.
100% trust in every single person along that chain who's, you know, who's handling your
Right.
food. Like, and like the people who, the delivery drivers, you know, and stuff like that. How do you know they're not just in their car just coughing all over the place? You
Right.
know?
I assume they are. My wife has been quarantining the mail.
Oh, really?
When,
That's
when the
funny.
mail gets here, she throws it on in its one spot on the counter, and then leaves it there till the next day's mail comes.
That was my excuse for not paying all these bills, man.
Yeah, she almost threw away something that came from the state for the census, and it, like she was like, "Oh, I'll throw this away. They'll send us another one." And she saw like big red letters: "Do not dispose of this."
That's funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, she's been putting all the mail that comes.
Oh,
because
that's
we
smart.
we don't get any bills. Like, but it's like, you know, like beauty boxes and magazines and that kind
Right.
of stuff. She's just like leaving it to sit for like 24 hours before, you know,
If
rather
you
than
reheat
or
your food, it should kill the virus, though. That's okay.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
well, if
so-
you reheat your food that was just delivered hot.
It'll just
Double
be hot.
hot?
Again. Yeah, double hot.
Double hot all the way.
Double hot.
Hot pocket.
Well, Hot Pockets are hot enough.
Hot pockets.
And you get double mouth burn.
Oh, then you get to do that thing where you like take your thumb and you rub your gum line and peel off all the extra
Yeah.
skin that's
Oh,
burned.
gross.
That's the worst.
It's only the worst when it starts to hang. Like when you feel it tug against the area it hasn't
okay.
burned from, you gotta make the decision to pull it out or not.
Ah. Yeah, but what about the box that it comes in?
Oh yeah, what's the box engagement like?
Yeah. Matt, what kind of boxes have your stuff been coming in? Styrofoam?
Just no, like the plastic containers and stuff like that.
Is
You
that-
know. But I'm not ordering food. I'm too nervous to like order food. You know. I don't
Yeah.
worry about me getting. I worried about getting my in-laws and my parents sick and stuff like that. You know.
I gotta say, it's been a good time to be an intermittent faster.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
I will say that I have lost some weight. You know, it's funny. Like I had the root
Where'd you
canal,
put it?
so I could. Oh, but I couldn't for like 4 days or 5 days. I couldn't eat anything because of the root canal that I needed, and so I ended up losing a few pounds that I had put back on ever since NAB got canceled. You know, because I was getting my NAB weight down. You know. I always do every year. Start in January, get that weight down to at least, you know, I lose at least 15 pounds before NAB, but then I gain it all back before SIGGRAPH. So look at video of me like doing interviews at NAB and then videos of me doing interviews at SIGGRAPH. You'll notice a 15 to 20 pound difference. Serious. Anyway, so, but yeah, no, I've been able to keep it off. And I don't know what it is. I think it's like I'm more of a snacky kind of guy. You know, I just snack all day, like small meals, snack, you know, and I don't eat breakfast. Then I'm loaded up on Mountain Dew all day now. It's
Always
great.
hopped up on
Get
Mountain
that
Dew.
heart racing, you know, get that metabolism going. It's real nice.
I don't think it works.
I know that there's I know there's a URL on all the Maxon tweets that say when their C4D Live NAB replacement is.
Yeah.
But
Oh,
none
we
of
should talk
yeah.
about
none of the images have the date on it. So if you look at all the tweets, you just see like a Bitly link at the bottom, and then at
Yeah.
the top, it's at the first date you see is March 23rd.
It says 26 days, 22 hours, 51 minutes. So what's 26 days from now?
If it's what we
24
were
days.
discussing, it will be Monday.
Yeah.
It'll be
We're-
420.
So I think they're
Blaze
going to
It.
run it Monday through Thursday, aren't they?
420 Blaze
Or
It. Yeah,
oh,
that's the press release.
April 20th through 23rd.
Okay,
It says it up at the very top.
I'm gonna pull up the press release. I have the official.
But not on the images. Is what I'm saying. Like on all the social media stuff.
Oh, right. It doesn't say
It
who's
doesn't say
presenting
anywhere.
what day.
And,
Yeah.
and then the first date you see on the announcement page says the date that the press release went out. So like the most important piece of information is hidden by a past date and the image doesn't have on it. Having worked in a marketing department for so long,
Right.
it's what I
Oh,
get in
yeah.
there.
No, presentation times. Okay, so if you look at each person, it has their presentation times. So Andy is going on Tuesday, April 21st at 3, and Wednesday, April 22nd at 2. Angie Ferret's going on Tuesday, April 21st, and Wednesday, April 22nd.
Yeah. Yeah. You can find the times.
Yes. Dave McGavran, Monday, April 20th at 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m.
I hope he's announcing that Redshift bought Maxon.
In Soviet Russia,
We are announcing that we
Redshift
have
buys
officially-
you.
because of the coronavirus. We were able to afford Red Lobster.
We now own Red Lobster. We're merged with Red Giant, and we own Redshift.
and they bought
Right.
Corona.
We're going to be attempting to purchase out Green Giant vegetables in an effort to dominate the market next with Giants.
They bought Corona render.
Corona.
It's time to rebrand that.
Yeah,
Did
then
you
you'd
guys-
have to buy whatchamacallit?
Delicious
Chaos.
candy bar.
Delicious. No, Chaos Group. Chaos Group.
Oh yeah.
I don't know.
They'll probably sell a Corona render at when times
I
are
don't
tight.
think so, because Corona render I think it's more popular than V-Ray right now.
Well, yeah, but I think
I
V-Ray
think that was the whole reason they bought them, because the
V-Ray is still
architectural
what every TV show is rendered in. Almost all television visual effects are rendered in V-Ray.
Is it?
Like I know it's huge at like Zoic and the other big Encore and stuff, and but they still use like Max and stuff too at some of those studios. Their pipeline has worked since episode 1, season 1 of whatever show they started, and it's 9 years later now, and they're like, well, we don't need to change anything. Just keep doing 95 shots every day.
Jeez.
Wow.
Did you guys see the Gentleman Scholar rebrand?
I don't think so.
No.
They removed the gentleman portion from their name and then created a bunch of really cool motion graphics pieces around their new imprint, the Scholar S. It's kind of like the X Particles Challenge or the BBC idents, all around this really, really cool, nice illustrated S. But yeah, they removed the gentleman, and they're now the all-inclusive Scholar.
There was a really great piece, and I won't do any spoilers here. I will say that the new season of Westworld is incredible. Every episode is like
I
a
wanna watch it.
movie. Every episode's like, I mean, it's only been 2 episodes, but just watching it, I'm like, this is a movie. This is so awesomely insane right now. But the end of season of episode 2, they have a behind the scenes and they show a bunch of VFX stuff. So make sure you keep watching at the end of that episode so you can see all of that.
Dollar brand, there it is.
It's really, really gorgeous.
God, pretty.
Send
You
me
can
a,
see that it
send me a
has,
link.
like-
It's in.
I put it in
he
the
just-
in the
yeah, he
chat.
just
Oh,
sent
it's
it in
the
the chat.
Dingus? Okay.
It's really cool. Like you can tell that if you read the little, you can tell they got everyone at the studio involved to create something that's like something that they wanted to make for the brand.
That's
or
cool. Yeah. That's
it has like all
rad.
of the Instagrams. It
Yeah.
has 5 Intagmas. It has 12 illustrations, 2 School of Motions. It has all aesthetics. There's some really, really cool ones in there, and it's cool that they were so. I think it's really cool that they dropped a portion of their name and dumped like all SEO that they had for a previous brand in an effort to, modernize it.
Yeah.
It's
totally.
weird, like the
That's
page you
cool.
sent me is not loading on my computer.
Ask it nicely.
Maybe it's... Hey,
Computer. Hello, computer.
yeah, look at this.
It's weird.
You don't have that?
No.
I
Just
do
gorgeous
not
motion
see.
graph.
I don't know. Something's funky with that. I don't know. Messed with my stream as well.
Scrolling Twitter, Victoria, fake green dress has coined a new term: video conference mullet, business on top, pajamas on bottom.
Right.
I like that. I like that. Oh, I wanted to give a huge shout out to X Particles. the folks over at Insidium, because during this whole situation, I'm not sure if y'all saw on Twitter or whatever, they reset every single person's trial. So, you know, if you had used a trial in the past or whatever, they reset the trial and set it for 3 months.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's pretty
crazy.
cool.
Isn't that awesome?
Yeah.
Like 3 months of being able to try out and like get to know. In 3 months, you could very easily learn X particles, which is, man, that's fantastic. So huge shout out for them, because that's great.
Oh, geez, I just saw that photo of Billy.
Yeah.
You just saw
The Billy
On
Ross.
the Billy Ross.
Oh, no. This is a happy little mega scam.
Oh my gosh, and
What?
the Annie one.
Oh no. Are y'all in Slack or where are you seeing this?
Yeah, we're looking at
Yeah.
Oh my
Oh,
goodness. Oh my goodness.
This is why we can't have nice things. This is why people don't.
Oh
like to-
no. Oh no. Brian Beam.
Oh yeah.
Billy
Look
is
at general. Look at general.
Yeah, Billy is Annie. Billy Ross.
Are you Billy Ross? Billy Bob Ross.
I like his saguaro button up in that photo. You know, the saguaro cactus only grows in one specific desert region, and yet is the most iconic image of a cactus across the
That's
world.
true. Yeah.
And it's one of the rarest cactus.
Where does it grow?
In the Sonoran Desert. It's in the southwest, like Arizona. It's like a specific altitude in a specific desert region of some California and Arizona.
Gotcha.
Sonoran Desert, I want to say. Popularized by the cartoon series Wile E. Coyote.
I was gonna
Chases
say
the
Wile E.
Roadrunner.
Coyote. Yeah. Did you ever see that list? It was basically the Wile E. Coyote Bible. You know, saying
No.
like let me see if I can find the rules, because it was actually very cool.
What it's talking about his rules of physics or
Yeah, or like these were the rules that everyone had to go by. Yeah, the rules of Roadrunner and Wile E. Coyotes. Okay, so
when they were making a cartoon.
yeah, it was the Roadrunner cannot harm the coyote except by going meep meep. No outside force can harm the coyote, only his own ineptitude or the failure of Acme products. Trains and trucks were the exception from time to time. The coyote could stop anytime if he were not a fanatic. No dialogue ever except meep meep and yowling in pain. Now they did break that one time. I remember an episode, like one where Wile E. Coyote was actually talking the whole time, and it really threw me off. It was weird. Roadrunner must stay on the road for no other reason than he's a roadrunner. All action must be confined to the natural environment of the two characters, the Southwest American desert. All tools, weapons, or mechanical conveniences must be obtained from the Acme Corporation. Whenever possible, make gravity the coyote's greatest enemy. The coyote is always more humiliated than harmed by his failures. The audience's sympathy must remain with the coyote, and the coyote is not allowed to catch or eat the roadrunner.
Interesting.
Interesting.
Maybe I was having all those CPU problems. I was still running Spark AR in the background. Whoops.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Oh, were you still running that?
yeah. A Beeple head. Yeah, I have that press release
All right.
here, Monday, April 28th through Thursday, April 23rd. I would like to say that the week before that, the Monday before that, Paul Babb will be on the show. On the podcast.
Ooh, nice.
Yeah.
It's gonna be
Oh
exciting.
man, I mean, I got nothing. I know nothing. But it would be really cool if Maxon had a sweet surprise.
Yeah.
Like that would be.
I
pretty
don't know
awesome.
anything either, you know, but I would assume if there was going to be a surprise, it would be 8:30 a.m. You know, the NAB presentations, because
yeah.
that's where
Yeah.
it tends to happen.
They've
you
been
know.
making so many. Last NAB was a huge one.
Mm-hmm.
They're hard to pin down. They're like an iPad release.
Yeah.
Like you think you try to point them in fall every year, and then suddenly they're like, oh no, now we do it at NAB. Now we do it at SIGGRAPH, or now we do it at
Right.
FMX.
Right.
So I think the NAB was Redshift acquisition, SIGGRAPH was subscription switch, and then now we're back to NAB a year after Redshift. It'd be cool to get a state of the union on Redshift as an engine, where they're at in terms of roadmap of merging the two core code bases, how they see it becoming like the replacement for a pro render in a version. Is that something that we'll see in the next like 22 or 23 or I'm sure
I would love to see Redshift just be the default renderer. I know a lot of people were upset by the idea of that when they bought Redshift, but I would love to see it be the default renderer.
Yeah, I don't see.
Well, it should just be the option for physical. Like, if it ran on all hardware, like if it got Mac OS Metal support and then it ran on NVIDIA GPUs and then eventually you got Vulkan support or something down the road, then it could just run on everything. And if it could run on everything, then it should just be like standard and Redshift. There's just those two in there. Because now, I mean, I had to open up a file that was rendered in physical the other day, and I was like, "Whoa, this is crazy." But yeah, I would love to see some kind of roadmap or some kind of outline of like the what has happened in a year, like what has been a year.
Yeah.
Or just even some like Maxon behind the scenes stuff of like, what's going on with the core. We did that burned bio release thing in the Mograph.com Slack where you had like a bunch of different artists and people break up into groups and and pick their features. Like he gave us a certain amount of points and we got to buy a release update, like what would be in a core update. And it was like 6 teams or whatever. And I don't know that he ever like publicly shared any of that information with the community, but I'd love to see sort of just like, here's what the community's been asking for, here's what our priorities are, and but I guess it's hard when you're a publicly traded company, and like you can't give away too much.
I'm curious if they're gonna make any updates to Cinema, because like Adobe, when Adobe moved over to subscription, they started doing the twice a year updates and stuff like that. I don't know. I would love to see them do something, and maybe even like I don't know, do the UV tools or something like that. I have a feeling they're coming because of the "you have been heard." You know?
Yeah. I mean,
I feel like every single time someone says something about the UV tools, they automatically link to "you have been heard."
Yeah, I think that's like the biggest poke is like if you could fix one big thing in cinema, what would it be? But I always kind of wonder, like, is the community really that, like, is that what they really want and need, or is that just kind of like the last thing that like, kind of like, I don't know. I mean, because it's like, I don't know. I think I've never UV'd anything on my life.
I haven't had much problem, with just setting it to cubic and calling it good 90% of the time,
or just changing the UV mode and like angling it around and dolling it to where it looks good and then sticking it.
Yep.
Yeah, Scott said
I'm not doing.
Sorry.
Oh no, go ahead.
Scott said he'd love to hear about the Red Giant plan.
Yes, that's what I want to hear too.
I think we will talk about that on the show when Paul's on. I think we're going to talk about that. So
I know for me, I would absolutely love to see them work with the Red Giant tools inside Cinema, external from After Effects.
I agree.
I would love to see those engines employed inside. Like Houdini has this little compositing network that's sort of like a mini version of Nuke.
Is it Cops or Chops?
Cops, yeah.
Cops, yeah.
And it'd be really cool if the Cinema 4D picture viewer had the ability to like stack Red Giant effects in different layering.
You put Super Comp inside of Cinema, that would be amazing.
Yeah, it would be. I would love that. Like it would be very, very difficult to not. Like that would be one of those things where I would be like, okay, I get why you're exporting everything to Alembic to manage and render it in Cinema 4D. Like if you had Super Comp built into the picture viewer and you were setting up like just final render 32-bit exports for like a final Telecity color sync or something like that, or other things. Oh, it looks like Chris is pinging, so I will go ahead and make myself scarce and watch you guys make some beats while I work.
Wait, do you have 50 more burpees to do?
Oh, you weren't there.
I do have 50 more burpees to do. I will do them. I will start the stream for you guys tomorrow with my 50. Okay. If I do 50 more right now, like this area of my arms or my pecs hurt so bad, and like funny. the creases of my arms, like I have to forcibly keep them open. They just want to contract. So I'm gonna not blow out my biceps today.
Completely understand.
I'll do 50 for you first thing tomorrow, though.
All right.
I'll talk to you guys soon.
All right.
Later,
Take
man.
care. All right. I'm just gonna add him right in right now without changing a thing. How about that?
Do it.
Man, I tell you, Skype is the worst. You know how hard it was to throw me?
All day.
Can we do this for a living?
I'm telling you, if I didn't have kids here, you know, if they were in school and in daycare and stuff, like this is fun. This is the life. I'll tell you what.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
I'll tell you
Whoa.
what. Whoa. Look at that guy.
Oh, we're here.
Let me bring you in on the cams.
Now I'm over here.
Now I'm over
Wait, I have to figure out. I think the audio is coming from my Oculus. Let me change that.
We hear you fine.
Settings.
We hear
Yeah,
you fine.
I see ya.
Audio speakers. Yeah, it's Rift S. Switch it.
Hello. Hello.
We hear him just fine though. We hear you
All
just
right.
fine.
Now I
Hi.
can hear you guys properly.
Yo.
How's it going?
Good. Good. Chilling. Working
Are you
on.
surviving?
Yes, we're surviving. I have my girlfriend here next to me,
Hello.
Hi.
Maddie. She's working on some animation stuff.
Nice.
Nice.
But yeah, we're chilling, surviving. Excited to play the new Half-Life game as well. I think everyone is.
Yeah.
And we've been playing Animal Crossing, of course, which
Of
you know,
course.
is required.
Dude,
Should be
you look
mandated
like
by
you
the
haven't
government.
left the house in a while. Just
Oh yeah, no, I've not showered today. You yeah, you got me. You got
so
me.
rude, Dave.
I'm sorry. It's
Dude,
just the hair. The hair is just like
You look like hell.
the hair is just
The hair is
that. It's the hair.
Crazy.
The hair
Yeah.
is just like
I could make it do all kinds of
it's
crazy stuff right
quarantine
now.
hair. That's what it is. Yeah.
Exactly.
there you
Hey.
go.
I like that. I like that.
That's pretty
Yeah,
dope,
good, that's
actually.
good.
Yeah.
Got a little mohawk thing going on.
Yeah.
I don't know what you'd call that, but yeah, we're chilling. But yeah, it's I mean most of the work I'm doing now is remote, so it's chill, and it's been kind of good to have like extra time to work on my own stuff a little bit.
Yeah. Do you have any like? So I know we've kind of run into this where normally they'd want you to come into a studio because they're under a strict NDA or something like that, but they're like, okay, we understand that's not going to happen, so feel free to work on this stuff at home.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
It's so
it's actually just I did have Entropic hit me up, like the main studio that I work at.
Mm-hmm.
You know them.
Yeah, I love them. They're great.
Yeah, they're the best. But they did hit me up earlier this month, but I was busy with some other remote stuff, and I actually got hit up by a company in Texas actually for like a remote thing.
Ooh.
I forget their name. They seem chill. They'd like never done 3D stuff before though. They were like all like kind of like VFX for TV shows, and they were like curious to see how much it would cost to get like some custom like stock footage made like in Houdini of like explosions and stuff. And it's like I was just like, this is gonna be like way more expensive than just buying a couple $100 worth of like
Of course.
nice stock stuff. So if you need a custom thing, like hit me up, but like you're probably better off like just using stock stuff if you can. But they were nice. And yeah, I'm not like 100% sure like how much this is gonna affect my like income and my like flow of work. I would imagine that it will probably somewhat, but like it's probably gonna be just I would imagine there's gonna be a ton of remote jobs still, just because people still need to get stuff done. People still need to make commercials. People still need to make whatever.
TV is huge right now.
People are storytelling in other ways now because they can't go shoot it. So.
Exactly, dude. Those I saw you getting into those face filters with the the Beeple scan. Love that.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah. Wait, what's crazy actually?
I was saying we need to do a Beeple mask. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Can you add sound effects and stuff whenever someone like opens their mouth? You know, like
Yeah.
can you do oh man, see that'd be great. You open your mouth
totally.
and said, I don't know.
Yeah, one of
like I just learned Control C yesterday.
Blah,
Yeah.
blah.
he actually
Yeah.
yeah. People introduced me to someone in New York like a while ago. I think Max Wiesel or Max Wiesel. You should check him out. He makes really cool face filters and like interactive stuff. But he made an awesome face filter where it was like you open your mouth and it makes different like dubstep noises depending on like how your mouth is open.
That is
so it's like
cool.
dubstep mouth.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that.
Yeah, it was a really cool idea.
I think I think you tweeted it or something.
I might have retweeted it, but yeah, his stuff is really sick. Yeah, I wasn't really familiar with his stuff when I met him at the time, but yeah, it's MAXWEISEL, and he's like got a pretty big Twitter. But you can see a lot of the cool stuff he's posting on there. I just posted a little hand washing animation thing that I made.
Oh
on,
yeah.
Twitter and Instagram like 2
I'll be
seconds
right
ago.
back, guys. Gotta go drop the baby.
But that's why I was like, I need 5 more minutes to post this thing. I was super bummed though because I spent like an entire day rendering it, and then I like last night was like, okay, I'm gonna bring this in After Effects, and I realized I had only rendered it at 720p, and I was like, God damn it! But,
that sucks.
It's fine. It looks fine. It's not a big deal. It's just like, it just hurts, you know.
Yeah. There's always you just wake up in the meme with the person in the bed and the brain is talking to the person in the bed, and then they like open their eyes real wide. You know which one that
I don't think I've seen that.
Sleeping brain meme. I'm sure you'll recognize it the second you see it, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And I bet you Mograph memes probably did something with this before, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, here, I'll bring it up real quick. See this one right here. Remember the you remember this? You remember this blank scene? Let me turn my desktop
Sure
back
do.
on. There you go.
Every week. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, I haven't seen this before.
So this brain like right here should say something about like, did I make sure that I fixed my sample rate? Something like that.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? And like
Definitely.
every time, like I'll wake up in the middle of the night. Oh, man, I know a lot of people hate when people talk about dreams that they've had and stuff, but man, I had the worst dream. I'm sure I slept fine, but I'm like, I had the worst in my head, the worst like night of sleep because of terrible dreams. Because all night I was supposed to be going on this mission to go to the moon in a spaceship. To do something. I was supposed to be helping with something, and I think it was video or graphics related, but I was supposed to go, and I was like, it's part of my duty as an American because it was going to fix something, and I didn't want to go.
Right.
And I woke up.
Fix coronavirus.
Yeah, something like that, like something really, it was really important that I went, and I didn't want to because I was scared. And so I I woke up in the middle of the night thinking, I'm so relieved that I don't have to go to the moon now. Like it was that just awful gut feeling, the awful gut feeling of like, and then it got worse. I went back to sleep, and then I had a dream that I was in this place, but it was on the moon, and I was the only one there. And the only way for me to get back was to get back into the top of the part of the old Apollo things, the capsules on top. They're the ones that would dump back into the atmosphere of the Earth really fast at like free fall speeds. Yeah. I was supposed to get in that on the moon, and it was going to take me back to Earth, and I was going to have to do that drop into the atmosphere. And dude, that kind of stuff, like,
terrifying.
I would not do that for any amount of money in the world. And so for me, it was just terrifying. Like, if I want to go home, I have to get in that and do this. And it was the worst guttural feeling.
I feel like that whole system already feels so archaic, even though it's like, still the standard for like how we do space travel stuff. It's like, I mean, it's good that you know, they have got like SpaceX working on like the like reusable rockets that just like land properly, but like yeah, otherwise it's just like it's terrifying.
God, I'm so relieved I didn't have to drop through the atmosphere this morning. You don't even know. You don't even know. Matt's so confused right now.
Huh?
I'm just relieved that I didn't
Sorry, I
have
had to make myself some lunch.
I'm relieved that I
Starving.
didn't have to come back from the moon in that escape pod this morning from and drop into the atmosphere, because that's all I dreamt
that
about
happen today?
all night.
Oh, the other night I had a nightmare that they were having to cut toilet paper rolls into quarters, you know, but they didn't cut them like lengthwise, or they cut them lengthwise instead of
Right.
like widthwise.
So you get like
or
one
whatever.
sheet every time. You just got to peel
Yeah,
it
you
off.
get like a quarter of a sheet, you know.
Yeah.
And so like that was and then I had another one where
You just take
I
the
was in,
whole
like-
thing in your hand and you just wipe with it.
I had a dream. I was like in a glass factory, and they were breaking up all this glass to make bigger glass. And they're like, yes, so this process is kind of like crack cocaine, where you break up the glass and
With
then I'm
some
like, what?
schleem.
Okay, this is okay.
You know, and then you rub the
I was like, oh, this
plumbus.
is weird. Let me see if I can melt it. So I grabbed a lighter and I started lighting the glass, and then all of a sudden, all the doors in this place like shut down. The alarm started going off, and the sprinklers just started spraying everywhere. And Amy, my wife, she woke me up because she said I was like shaking.
Oh man.
It's funny. Oh well.
Jesus.
And it wasn't like I was scared because all that was going on. I was so embarrassed that it was all happening, you know, in my dream.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway.
Have you ever had a night terror?
Me?
Like, have
I
you ever
mean,
like screamed in your dream or anything? I've done that.
Scream
I
in
don't
my
think-
dream all the time.
I don't
It's
think so. But I have definitely, you know, over the past couple of years, especially, and I'm sure that a lot of people, like you guys, and a lot of people, you know, who listen to this podcast would be familiar with like the feeling of like just like thinking about like render settings when you're falling asleep
Yeah.
and like not being able to fall
Yeah.
asleep at all because you're like thinking about like, oh, how do I like change, how do I make my sim do this one thing, or like how do I like, you're just like you're in like computer brain
Yeah.
Yeah.
because you've been
Yeah.
so locked into
like
it all
you're-
day,
you're
and it's the
making
worst.
nodes, or you're like, oh, I need to do this, and I know it should work, but why isn't it working in my dream and stuff like
Yeah.
that's the worst.
Oh, it's so
Yeah.
bad. Yeah.
I will say conversely, I feel like when I first started learning 3D, particularly like doing like box modeling and stuff, it was kind of cool how everywhere I went, I would just be like thinking about like, oh, how would I model that thing? Like, oh, would I just
Yeah.
extrude this bit here? This I never
Mhm.
get that anymore, but like that was
Yeah.
like kind of a fun.
It's like you
way
reach
to-
you reach a point where you're like, okay, I can model anything. I don't need to
Right.
know. I don't need to guess.
I
how
know
to do
kung
it.
fu.
right.
I know
Yeah.
how to model.
Matt had an idea for
Yeah.
a plugin in his sleep, and he made it.
Oh.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And then it pissed a few people off that I made it, so we didn't end up selling many of them because we didn't push it.
What
Yeah.
was the plugin?
It was the Mograph Cloner Lite,
Uh-huh.
basically recreating the Mograph functionality, the Mograph cloner in the light version of Cinema 4D, because they allowed you to do Espresso
I
in an
see.
earlier version. So I was like, oh, I'll just create a whole bunch of instances. You drop it down, and then all right, we're good to go.
Right.
So I basically rebuilt the entire cloner system, you know, using Espresso. And then we
Yeah.
released it, and a few people were very unhappy about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
So I was like, you know what? I don't want to step on any toes, so we're not even going to push it. We sold
Right.
maybe 2 copies of it, you know.
Right.
But it was a damn good idea, I will say.
Yeah.
If
I mean,
if we didn't have such a close like relationship with Maxon and stuff like that,
Yeah.
you know, and I didn't want to burn any bridges, you know,
I
I
didn't
wouldn't
even think about it at the time, though. We're like, oh, look,
No.
this is cool. And it's like, oh, okay, I can see why people wouldn't like that. But
yeah.
at the same
But then
time,
I
like,
got I think the new version doesn't have espresso in it.
oh, I thought it
you know.
does.
Oh, because
I
of
don't
you.
Yeah,
It's your
that's all
fault,
right.
man.
Screwed it up.
Whatever.
Yeah. Yeah. So you're gonna teach us
Damn.
how to make some beats?
Yeah, sure. What do you? I mean, I'm not like the expert on this.
No,
but...
I think you should show us how to make some face filters.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got he's got the Ableton set up and ready to go for us. So let's do that
fine.
first.
Should I do a screen share thing?
So do a screen share and then also do make sure you do share sound or we won't hear it.
Okay.
On there.
Let's figure that out. So I have to hit the screen share button, and then I want to share this display and share computer sound. Share screen and sounds. Cool. Hopefully no embarrassing sounds will start playing out of nowhere.
Fart noises and
Can you guys see?
I'm pulling
Is it
it
sharing?
up. I'm
Dave
pulling it
is
up.
switching over.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I've just got to find your active screen share here. Where is it at? Ooh, there we go. Cool. All right, let me push this live. All right, should come up here in a second. I guess we should test some audio too. I'm gonna turn off the background audio here. You know, I should let Ariev know because they're actually doing that right now.
Yeah. I love the hand washing thing. It's so good.
Dude, I just had those hand assets.
Gosh. Clean up your desktop.
Oh,
No, fuck you.
Dude, isn't that supposed to be bad for your memory or something to have that on the desktop?
No, it doesn't matter. Nah, it's fine. This is a fun little hand washing animation that my girlfriend made. Actually, she's been learning C4D and Arnold. There you go.
Rock on. That's great.
Little viruses around there and little hand washing illustrated animated guy in there.
Love the colors.
That's really cool.
Yeah, very fun.
What's her background?
She's an illustrator. I'll plug her.
I think illustrators and graphic designers make the best animators.
Yeah. Check out her. I'll plug her site. It's maddiebrewer.com, MADDIEBREWER, and her Instagram handle is at brewballs, BRUBALLS. Check it out. She just posted the little guy. Anyway, so let's pull up. Let's block that out. I don't like do Ableton stuff that much anymore. I did actually make something a few days ago.
It's what's her name again on Instagram?
BRUBALLS, Brewballs.
Let's make sure we have audio from you.
No, just BRU.
There we go.
Real quick. Let's see if we can hear you. It can be something basic, even if you have a WAV file or a video.
Oh yeah. Let me try.
Yeah, because I'm not hearing anything there. It's got to be coming out of your main sound for it to work.
Yeah. So how do I make Ableton do that? Is there a trick to make Ableton do that?
Go to your preferences thing. What version are you in? 10 Suite?
And yeah.
Preferences, and then it's up there somewhere. I think it's the
audio.
Yeah.
And then the output
is whatever your headphones are right now.
This should be the right thing. Maybe it's this one.
I hope it works. There you go.
Yep.
Yeah.
Nice. Let me find. I was looking through these just like files that I have on here because I guess I was making beats like a little while ago on here when I like installed Ableton and everything on here. I usually would only do Ableton stuff on my Mac before. I feel like Macs are just a little bit better for doing audio stuff for some reason. I don't know what it is, but they're expensive, so use what you can get.
I've spent way too much money on plugins for this that I haven't barely used.
Right. Yeah. I have Serum. I started playing with that for the first time. That's super fun.
That is the best.
Splice is great too. I would definitely recommend. Although I since I never make music anymore, I am totally just paying $7 a month and wasting my money. So I gave my brother my login so he can use it too. Because he's making cool beats now. But yeah, so I don't know. Here's something that I just found that I made like a little while ago. I'll just go through like a couple little projects and we can dissect any of them or start a new thing from scratch or whatever.
And then I'll bring up monkey legs and show you how I did monkey legs after that.
Perfect. So here's just like a fun little.
Can you turn your volume up on your? Hopefully that doesn't.
On my computer.
Phones out, but. Let's see.
Yeah. Let's see if I can turn this up some. It is really quiet. I can turn it up in Ableton.
Jack your master up. There you go.
It's a little chill, kind of like dancey beat.
Chill. Were you?
Are
those samples from? Just.
Where did I get this sample from? I don't know what this sample is exactly. I like downloaded some like jazz music and stuff just to like grab samples from.
Yeah.
But that's always like for me like one of the best ways to start is just grabbing a sample from somewhere. This is. And then I'm doing some stuff with the multi-band dynamics on here. Sort of like low pass it and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I upgraded all the way, by the way, so I've got so many samples now, it's insane.
Nice. Yeah. Getting good, like, we should trade some samples, but like getting a good chunk of like samples is like such a key thing in terms of like both the, the stuff to sample from if you're going to make like sample based things. And
do you use any interfaces for anything or?
Not really. I have a MIDI keyboard that I use. Yeah. I have a MIDI keyboard that I don't use at all ever, but it's just sitting in my closet. I feel like everybody has one of those.
See, I'm a piano player at heart, so for me, sometimes I kind of want to play out a simple tune instead of just using the visual. I'll use visual to clean it up, but
yes, yeah, I'll do the same, but just with the regular keyboard, like just because it's just so annoying to bring out the whole keyboard and like plug. Yeah. I'm using like some M Audio thing. That's like $100, like old MIDI keyboard that just plugs into USB. But then I will use for like live stuff if I want to like DJ or whatever. I do have like a APC 40, which I am a really, really big fan of. So if anyone feels like getting into like doing live stuff in Ableton or especially like if they want to just sort of like DJ with it, that's just such a fun controller to get. It's really great. I've had one of those forever.
The Ableton Push is really cool, because you can see waveforms and stuff on the display.
Interesting.
You can edit those waveforms, and you can assign keys and everything so easy. And it's kind of cool. Like I use it. I don't use it as much as I should. That's the problem,
Right.
Usually I'm just screwing around and I'm not doing as much live stuff. But it is nice to see a waveform and be able to like, zoom in on it and clip it and set in and out points,
Right. What I like about the APC 40, I'm pulling it up on my screen here, is it's like it basically mirrors the Ableton interface. So all of these correspond to all these. These are all the like left and right pan on all of these guys. And then these are all the master like volume on each of the channels. And then these knobs over here. Oh, this is actually a smaller one. This is like the APC 20 or something. Or no, I think it's just this image is just cut off. But there's basically you can like bring in any effect rack. So I don't know if do you use the audio effect racks at all?
Oh yeah, all the time.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah. So you can like make your own audio effect rack, and then have like 6 knobs on there that are all whatever custom effects that you want, and then those will just like it'll let you just basically turn the knob for any of those. So I'll have like a high pass, a low pass, a reverb, a delay, like stuff like that. And then I can just sort of like tweak those on each of the different channels however much I want when I'm like doing like a live little like DJ set type thing. So it's very fun. I don't like play shows or anything anymore, but it is fun to just kind of like screw around at home with my roommates. They actually have CDJs, so sometimes we'll just all kind of like DJ at our apartment and screw around and have fun.
I know some of these words.
Impulse says he's done a 3D model of this Ableton push right here. I don't know if you can see the
oh, no way.
The thing. See the screen on it right there? It lights up and you can see all the individual channels. It kind of works like you were saying, like that other one where each one is, you can set to the channel and have the individual. It's very versatile. So
just pull up another track that I found this morning.
People who haven't used Ableton before, like, you right now you are in more of the composition mode.
Yeah, so there's two modes.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like ZBrush in a way, where like you start using ZBrush and it's in this really weird mode and you don't understand what it's for or how you use it to make 3D models. Mm-hmm. But if you press tab, or in ZBrush if you press T to get into edit mode, then you're in sculpting mode and you can actually work with it in an understandable way. Like this makes sense as like a layout for doing a song. I have all these different channels that are either MIDI or it's audio, and it's all timed out. So here's 1 bar, 2 bars, 3 bars, 4 bars. I have the triplet grid on right now, or actually no, I don't. If you press, I don't know if you ever, yeah, I do actually. Do you ever use the triplet grid? It's like so handy.
I'm sure it's good for trap music.
It's great for trap music for sure.
It's all triplets, man.
Yeah, I mean it's triplets are very fun, especially for like little fills and things like that. But if you press Control 3, or on Mac it's Command 3, you get the triplet grid. So instead of like I have right here, I have this thing. I'll turn up the volume. Little drum and bass thing I was making.
Yeah.
So yeah, anyway, that's fun. And then I just have this drum break down here that I'm like chopping up. So if I can solo that over here, and it's just these drums that are just chopped up. So it's actually just one longer drum loop here. As is over here when it gets like crazy, it's the think break, which is like a classic, like one of the most sampled drum breaks of all time that you've heard a million times. And if you play the whole thing out, it just sounds like this. And it's from the song by Lynn Collins called Think About It. And it's sped up a bunch. So the original speed is like this. And there's a bunch of other parts of it that are like really cool. Yeah, so basically all I'm doing is like chopping that up and speeding everything up, speeding the whole tempo up. So it's 150 BPM instead of 113, which is what the original is. And just kind of like chopping it up however makes sense. So like it has like the kick and the snare kind of here and there. And if you just copy it around and sort of like drum breaks and stuff, and then you get, like that kind of thing. and then you get. So, but
What
going
am
back to what we were saying
hearing
before.
this
Yeah, I
time?
was just about to say I just heard a repeat. Are you listening on your YouTube? Yeah, I was just about to say I just heard a repeat.
Oh.
Are you listening on
I must
your
be.
YouTube?
I'm gonna close all my.
Check.
All right. I think we're good now.
Oh, okay.
Okay, yeah, that must have been my bad.
So good.
Oopsie. Cool. So, anyway, going back to what we were saying before though about the triplets, is it would be really fun to use the triplets to do like a little fill in here or something like this, so that because right now it's like everything is timed up with like, you know, it's pretty straight on like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4. And I have the metronome on, and you can just see it's like lining up with the, you know, 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 grid on here. So if you press Control 3 to get to the triplet grid, and I use like the adaptive grid so that when it like I zoom out, it's like bigger, and when I zoom in, it's like smaller. But you can like right click. And you can turn on the triplet grid this way too, and change like the adaptive grid, make it like, you know, medium adaptivity instead of, I usually just leave it at narrow. Anyway, then I can like cut up this break. You'll see like this is like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. So it's triplets. It's like splitting each bar as almost as if it was in like 3/4 time instead of 4/4 time, and then I can just like take maybe say at the end of this bar I want it to be like 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 1 2 3 4 etc. So I could do that by just taking this snare here and just copying it 3 times on the triplet grid. So now it's no longer lined up like correctly, like on, you know, this is a little bit after, this is a little bit after the 4 on the, you know, like 4x4 grid or whatever. So now if I play the whole like thing, it's going to sound like, it's going to get kind of weird at the end, but it will be kind of interesting. So like still works timing wise, but it like kind of throws you off a little bit. And, you know, this isn't like the best example of a cool way to use it. I mean, you could, like you were saying, kind of use it in a way like they do for trap music, where you like do triplet hi-hats. So like I could like copy all these hats here and duplicate them a bunch of times. Yeah, and then just go. That's a little bit cooler. Like that kind of works. Those like really fast triplets, or I could, you know, do half the number of those, and could be like, yeah. Whoop. Yeah. Anyway, triplets are super fun.
And it's so weird, like the difference between doing like kind of a EDM track and like a hip hop type track.
Yeah,
like the way you do different beats and stuff are completely different, you know. Yeah, but you can definitely use triplets really in super fun ways in either style of music for sure. Like I don't know. I can think of like off the top of my head, I don't know why I'm thinking of this example, but on that Zed track with Ariana Grande, the really big one from a few years ago, what's it called? Break Free. Yeah. I'll like go to that track for a second. So it's like a pretty standard like 4 on the floor, like, you know, like house track. Mm-hmm. But then at the end, he does this weird thing where he like goes into like all like triplets. Yeah. Which is like kind of fun. Like that one Travis Scott song that changes music like 3 times. It's like 3 songs in one.
Oh, the like, I think I know what you're talking about.
What's the name of it?
Sicko Mode? Is it Sicko Mode?
Sicko Mode. Sicko Mode.
Yeah.
Yeah, like 3 different songs in there. It's so weird.
Yeah, it's a weird song. I remember I first saw that or heard that song through like one of Beeple's weird things that he made with it.
One of his stories, his Instagram stories or something.
Yeah, it was a weird thing. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. There's my little triplets tangent, I guess. The other fun thing is, I don't know if you know about this in Ableton, but if you press Alt and then you drag around, you can like drag off the grid. So that can be kind of fun if you want to make any weird kind of like slightly off like things.
Sometimes it's good to start like a, especially like a cymbal or something like slightly before the beat.
Mm-hmm.
Like very, very slightly before the beat.
Totally.
Yeah.
Actually, a really good example of this is this is like one of my favorite examples. I gotta find the song. Into Club by 50 Cent. Like the kick drum that you think is the first one is actually like a beat before the first beat in the measure. So it's really trippy and like kind of weird. I remember like learning that just from like trying to beat match it so I could like play it in like a DJ set, and was like, why does this sound so weird? Why is it so off? I was like, oh, it's like because the kick drum actually starts like before the first beat. But it still like is like on the grid correctly. And yeah, I wish I had it here so I could like show the example of that. But I also don't want your guys' stream to get taken down for some reason. Yeah. Hopefully. Oh, did we just get someone in the thing?
That was me.
Oh,
nice.
On
this.
Oh my god.
This is what you've been doing.
Dude, that's so funny. Oh my god. That's brilliant. Classic Billy.
Classic Billy.
Love that.
Hopefully we'll have another one of those segments coming up.
Nice.
Is very thrown together very quick.
Oh, I just found a fun thing that I made a little while ago. Which is like, this is like the first thing I ever used Serum on. I made like a cover of Hey Ya by Outkast.
Like an acoustical, or a?
No. Here, you'll see. Let me play it for a second. I'll turn the sound up a little bit. Can you hear that?
Yeah.
Uh-huh. I feel like I've heard this before.
Maybe I posted it in the Slack. Yeah, that's another weird song also because it's like not technically in 4/4 time. It like does it does like 4 bars of 4/4, and then it does 1/2 a bar, and then it just goes on. And it's like it's crazy how like 99.9% of music is just in 4/4. But
what about time shifting stuff? You know, when you have to like slightly make adjustments on wave files and things like that to make it work with your beat.
Yeah, the thing that I realized with doing time warping stuff, first of all, I've noticed that Ableton has gotten really good at automatically time warping stuff. It used to be really bad at it. Like it would never be usable remotely. Bless you. But it's pretty good at it now. So in general, you can kind of turn it on. And it'll work like maybe like 7 out of 10 times flawlessly. But the important thing to keep in mind is like most music, especially in the past 20 years, is being made by people at computers who are just making a song at one tempo. So in general, you can just find the first beat and then plug in the right tempo.
Right.
And then it will just work perfectly. And there's no need to do any weird warping. The only time you need to do warping is if someone makes a weird song that isn't like that for some reason, because they're weird, like, you know, and just trying to make some weird experimental thing on their computer.
Or a sample that's not aligned, that doesn't really go with it.
If it's an old sample, like, and they didn't do it with like a proper metronome and like recorded it in a studio and like have it all lined up on the correct tempo, then sometimes it'll change. Or if they deliberately are like, you know, doing a tempo change during the song, which is always cool.
Right.
But yeah, so most of the time, like, you know, if I want to beat match a song, I'll open like a new live set real quick, and I'll find a audio file, like, what's a good one to do first? I'll beat match this old song that I made that's on here. How worried should we be about copyright stuff? I probably shouldn't be playing anything that is copyrighted, I'm assuming.
I mean, to the best of your ability.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah. Okay.
Get dinged for it.
Yeah. So I'll try to do that. So I'll use here's a thing that I made that hasn't been taken off SoundCloud for copyright, so it should be clear for playing on the stream. But it's a Jenny from the Block remix. So that's what that sounds like. And you can see actually our project is set at 120 beats per minute. And if we look at it, it's like almost actually lining up with that. Like the kick drum, I mean, any house music is really easy to beat match because it's just like boom, 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 and you can just kind of line it up. So this is mostly lining up, although I think if we go towards the end, we'll see that it does get a little bit offset. Like this isn't quite landing correctly. So this might be a little bit faster than 120 beats per minute. But if we go back to this one over here, so we can see like on here, this is the first beat, and I'll click the warp button. And so now I can like pull and stretch this guy however we want, and it will like warp the whole track. Mm-hmm. And if I only have one warp marker, it's just going to play it at whatever tempo I set this warp marker at. So if I set it to 120, it's just going to play it at 120. So what I usually do is I pick the first one. I right click on the first thing, and I then like see, okay, is it lining up? It's lining up. It's lining up. It's pretty much lining up. Then I'll just go towards the end of the track and make sure, okay, is this still lining up? I guess it is. I guess this is basically 120 BPM. I'll pull this warp marker over to the one just to make sure. And like now it's at like, you know, 119.99 BPM. But like, you know, now this, we can play it with the metronome and hear that it's like working, and that's cool. So that was an easy example. I'll pull up like another one. Let me find something else that isn't gonna get you guys dinged.
Let's see if I can. I think I have one somewhere in this project. I'll try and find it.
Cool. I have the song we used for. Oh, you have one?
Yeah, I've got one. Here, I'll just pop it up on top. Can you see this?
Yeah.
So, this was on Monkey Legs because he was just doing this into his iPhone without a metronome. You know, it wasn't exactly. It wasn't
Right.
exactly. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
So like, I don't know where the. Is there a quick way to find the original clip when you do this? I don't.
I think you can just right click somewhere and it'll say show and finder.
Probably right here, right? Show and explore. Let's see if that brings it up. Okay, let's.
Yeah.
If I play this, listen to the original here.
Squeeze me with your monkey legs. Squeeze me with your monkey legs, girl. I want to give you a banana.
So, you know, he was just kind of just doing that on the fly. So I had to go in. You could see the different pieces, and I pulled that warp so that it fit, like every block of what he was saying fit that specific thing. So then when I play it.
Squeeze me with your monkey legs. Squeeze me with your monkey legs. Squeeze me with your monkey legs. Squeeze me with your.
I think Hell is probably listening to that over and over.
Yeah. Yeah. You can hear he kind of, you know, didn't stay on tempo very well in that original recording.
Yeah.
David.
Matt, are you muted? Yeah, you're muted.
I am. What do you know?
Yeah.
I was told that my my chewing was getting a little out of hand.
I didn't even.
That everyone could hear my my.
I didn't hear your chewing.
I don't know. It's okay.
Oh. Yeah. You want to see the components of this? While I got it up. I can show you these components. This is what we were talking about with like the different modes, because this mode here is just all the different pieces, just kind of,
yeah,
you know, like this one here is lyrics that I divided up. So you know, if I it's been a while since I used this. How do I turn off all? There's a isn't there a turn off everything button, like a stop all?
Oh yeah. You just hit I think it's at the down. It's the like on the master, on the right side. You see all those play arrows on the master, so you can play the entire top row and all that stuff. Yeah, on those. So if you just go down, there's a little box.
That
one that's a stop.
Yeah.
That stops everything.
Okay.
Yeah.
Squeeze me with your monkey legs. Squeeze me with your monkey legs. Squeeze me with your monkey legs.
So that was a different one, just so you have a little bit of variety.
Squeeze me with your monkey legs, girl.
Nice.
I wanna give you a banana.
And then of course like the laughs and stuff are in here.
Girl.
But yeah, all the beats and stuff are just laid out. And then see, that's that little pre thing we were talking about where you do it right before the beat. I don't know if you can see right where my mouse is.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's the clap is a little before the you know, just a split millisecond before, so you just get that whole.
Yeah, that's a really good thing to do with claps for sure.
Yeah, just a little bit early on the clap, and then you can add a little bit of laugh. Here we go. Kind of low in there. Little atmosphere. And a little serum. For that part, and you could use this too. In the background, you know. A little bit of the pads. What else is in here? I don't know what else I got. Let's see. Maybe some arpeggios, I think? I don't know what's going on there. then what else? Just some funky noises. Oh yeah, let me start that at the right place. Hold on. I started on the beat. 1, 2, 3, 4. There we go. There it goes. Alright, so anyway, then you flip over here and then you just kind of copy and paste those little sections that you made with those instruments and then just extend them out as long as you want, you know. And then, you know, if you're familiar with mixing audio in general, this part of it is actually a little easier to understand, you know.
Yeah, that's a great way to do it. Like using the clip view for organizing all your stuff is great. And I have a lot of friends who will just want to jam just by like making loops in the clip view and like test different things out and see how they play. And then we'll just kind of quickly throw them in the arrangement view. I think there's a little bit of a trade-off though, where like it's really good to be playing clips in the clip view and like trying different loops and like trying to finesse those loops and really polish them and all that stuff and like spend a lot of time on loops. But to have some like finessing where it's like, oh, I'm gonna, you know, add this little fill here and transition this bit into this bit and like, you know, add this overall thing, like this effect for this entire section, and you know, just like things that are it's important to basically like give it a good amount of time in both ways, like both in the polishing the loops themselves and on like the sort of like overall composition stuff. And I feel like I definitely
oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say I think I definitely lean more towards like spending time in the timeline view and like finessing the composition, but not really finessing like the smaller like, you know, loops or like sound design or things like that. It's like that's what I'm less good at. I'm better at, I think, the overall kind of broad strokes, but not as good at like the, you know, composing the perfect melody or like you know, stuff like that. But anyway, sorry.
But that's where, you know, like you're gonna add effects and things. You know, you're gonna add, you know, if you double click on something, let me switch over. I don't have this up, but I'm just looking at it like, you know, you double click on something, you're gonna see all of your effects, but also, and you can add an effect to like a loop or something that you have, but then you want to go in that timeline view. Once you like stretch that out to say, I don't know, like, you know, the whole length of a song or something. Then you want to like keyframe stuff like, you know, do weird EQ effects throughout the song.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah, totally.
You can't do that in the loop itself. That's,
yeah, exactly.
The hardest thing for me though is just learning mastering in general. Yeah,
I suck at that. I feel like that's one of the things. It's almost like being like a flame artist or like doing color correction, where it's like you just need to really have the trained eye or the trained ear for that. And there's like lots of people who just can't do it. And I think I hear a lot of people say that they always get someone else to master the things for them because it's better to have like another pair of ears on it. Although in the past where I've had friends master things for me, it's always annoying because it's like you get so used to the way you made your thing sound that it's going to be a letdown to hear it. Like, I mean, I'm sure you guys have had stuff color graded where you're like, oh, I don't like the way that they did this or whatever.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
It's like the same deal with mastering. But
there's a lot of things that, you know, I wish I knew more about. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to watch more mastering stuff. Like I have a master class, so there's a couple of them where they get into mastering.
Yeah, if you can get into it, that's a really awesome like skill to learn for sure. It's just really hard. Like I've given up ever trying to figure that out myself.
It's things like, but, if you have a loop and let's say, say it's a hi-hat, right?
Yeah.
And you go into that loop and you look at the visuals, visualizer on it. Well, you might see that there's all this weird low-end stuff going on in that hi-hat, and all that's going to do is muddy up your low end on everything else. So you pull that out because it's not something you're really hearing that much anyway, or that you even need, because it's just going to start mixing and muddying, you know.
Right. Speaking of which, you just reminded me, I was watching this talk the other day. I've only watched the first like 20 minutes of it, but it's really good on doing the audio for the game Doom, like the one that came out a few years ago. It was recommended to me by someone. And there's so much really cool stuff that they did, and like just like the thought process behind doing their sound design and stuff was all really clever. But I want to find specifically, there's one point in it where they show like the spectral graph, and they like hid like pentagrams and like skulls and things like that in the spectral graph of like the music in the game.
That's funny.
Which is like super funny and clever. But there's like it's a really worthwhile talk to check out. I'll send you guys the link. And even if you think audio is interesting but you have no plans to get into it, like I think it's just inspiring from the perspective of like their sort of thought process behind like just making something, and you can apply a lot of the same stuff to, you know, whatever kinds of things you're doing. I don't know what Skype is doing or how to get back to the chat. Oh, here it is. Yeah, there's the link. Yeah, pretty cool. Yeah, audio is crazy. It's really good. It's really important, I think, though, for everyone who's doing their own like projects to learn some amount of sound design. Because for me, I found, especially with like making my own shorts, that it's really so useful to have the stage where you're doing the sound design to come like before you do all the visuals, because it's so quick to be able to figure out your timing when you're working with the sound and like just like lay out like, you know, oh, I want these like footsteps to be here because this is how fast I want the character to feel like they're running, and like all those things, and you can just like throw that stuff down really fast without having to even like draw anything. It's like just much faster to like work with audio that way, and then you can hear it and you can see if it feels right, and then you can line up all of your, you know, animatic or your animation or whatever to that when you're in you know, C4D or Houdini or you know, even just like doing the boards or whatever in Photoshop or After Effects or whatever.
Did you ever see, it was in like Fortnite season, I don't know, 5 or something like that, that they did spectral images in certain sound effects, and I don't know how anybody even found this or knew about it. It must have leaked that they were doing this and people figured it out. So
that's cool.
So there's certain sound effects in the game when you do certain things, right? You know, like say you shoot somebody and something happens, right? And it gives there's a noise when you kill somebody, right? So you take that and you put it in one of those spectral analyzer things, and you'll see a logo for something.
Like a McDonald's logo or something?
Like for something, you know, like it's a clue, and you have to take all of their audio and run it through that, and you'll get the clues.
Yeah, that's just like what the Doom guys were doing, and I think I don't know if he was the first one to do it, but I remember Aphex Twin on like one of his really early albums, where it was like his face as like the album cover, like the really freaky version of his face. He put his face in like the spectral waveform of the audio.
Is that the Come to Daddy one?
I think so. Let me look it up.
I think Matt's just playing video games at this point.
I am just playing video games, yes.
Oh, here it is.
I understand some of what you're talking about.
Yeah, can you still see my screen at all?
Oh, I can bring it back up. Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, it seems like it's not that anymore.
Are you still sharing your screen, or?
Oh, I might have stopped sharing the screen by accident.
Just reshare real quick, and then I'll bring it. There it is.
Is it sharing now?
Yeah, we're good.
Nice. Yeah, there you go. There's his face in the waveform.
Oh, that's right.
Really crazy. Yeah, he did lots of other cool stuff like that.
Look at that.
Or actually, I guess this is a whole article of people doing that. Yeah.
But how much does it affect the sound, you know?
It definitely affects it. Like if you watch the Doom talk, they go through it, and like you definitely hear like the skull in the thing, like, but you can kind of sneak it in ways where it's not gonna like dramatically like ruin your thing. Like it's like you can totally sneak it in as an Easter egg, and it's just it's like it's a very cool effect.
It depends on where you put it in the, what frequency you put it in too, I guess.
Yeah, it really is just like an Easter egg.
How do you put it in that way?
You would want to use a program. I think you can do it in Adobe Audition, where you can look at the spectral like waveform.
You can,
Right.
And then,
yeah.
Yeah, and
I
then
don't know
you
if
can
you
just
draw out an actual picture in Adobe, but you can look
think,
at the spectral form.
Yeah, well, there's definitely ones. I feel like you can in Adobe, but there's definitely ones where you can do where you can draw out stuff in the waveform, and that's like a really fun thing to play with for sure. But yeah, yeah, I don't know. Definitely, you should look into that, especially if you're doing mastering stuff. I'm sure you could find some program that lets you do that kind of stuff, because it's also cool. Like, I mean, I think it's mostly used for being able to like paint out certain frequencies and things like that.
Yeah, like if you get like there's been a few times where we've gotten some bad audio or whatever with like a ding or something in that, and you can just knock it out. It's pretty cool.
Any buzz, any hum, you can instantly see where it is, and it's just so much easier. It's interesting what you'll see. Like, I was cleaning up some audio from a podcast the other day, and you can see this noise in there, and it's these dashes. It's like a tick, and it's like that was definitely something in the computer that was like, on some sort of cycle making noises and things like that. How do you put pictures on a spectrogram? I'm trying to see, like, somebody is doing this online. I'm looking at a video on coagular light. Is that a industrial strength colored note organ? So how do you add it? Oh, wow.
Sound like anything to me.
Yeah. So, I mean, somebody's doing it with this little EXE thing. I don't know. Man, I don't think you can do it just in Audition, but...
Beep, 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 beepity.
Speaking of flipping samples, my brother sent me this really awesome flip of this commercial the other day that you guys should definitely check out. I just sent you in the chat. It's genius. Like, have you ever? I'm assuming you guys have been to whosampled.com before.
No.
Oh my god, dude, this is the best website ever. Okay. Yeah, it's just whosampled.com. You can type in any track and find out what samples they have. So if you wanted to, you could, for example, look up like, Childish Gambino, and it will show all of the tracks that he has sampled in all of his tracks. And it shows you like where it's sampled, what. And conversely, you can also look up like, I want to look up like Steely Dan and see all of the stuff that they've been sampled.
So many.
And it's such an awesome, like, fun website to like. It's like definitely one of my favorite websites. It's just like you can spend hours just like looking up artists and like finding stuff that they were sampled in, and just like hearing like fun, like Kanye West flipping Steely Dan samples and
there's a
things
great
like that.
thing on that on Steely Dan where they're talking about people sampling their tracks. It's this old like music thing where they went back and they listened to individual tracks on the original pieces of tape and just kind of like broke down everything they did, solo all the Michael McDonald vocals and all that stuff, the backups. And
ooh, dude.
Yeah, I gotta find that. Oh, did we lose you? Matt?
Oh.
I'm here.
You're here. Oh, there you are. I think you're coming back.
My internet's bugging out.
There you go.
There?
You're slowly coming back on us. It's kind of trippy.
I don't know what's happening with my internet.
Yeah, stop your screen share. That'll help. Yeah. Can you hear us okay now?
I can hear you guys fine.
Yeah, you're good now. You're good.
Okay.
So what's
cool.
the link you sent though? What is this?
It's just someone taking this really old commercial, this really old liquor commercial, and like just like flipping it in like a really cool way.
Let me see.
On Twitter.
I'll bring it up on the screen here. Of course, I don't want your screen. I want mine. Hold on. There we go. Let's see what this is. And play. And play. Play. Play.
Play.
Doesn't want to play. It was playing 2 seconds ago. Just refresh. Come on. There we go.
He promised to love me. He promised to honor me. And he promised to cherish me. But he never said a word about sharing his club. At least, not with me.
Club de Remy Martin.
Okay.
The men's
And then
club.
here's the flip.
Oh, that's really good.
Wow.
Isn't that great?
That's great.
Oh, I love that.
Now, was it retimed at all? You think
I don't think so. I think he matched it up perfectly with the I don't know.
Wow.
Crazy. Yeah. Anyway, I should probably actually go take a shower soon. But if you guys, if you guys want, really quick, I can go over a fun thing that I was doing the other day.
Yeah.
We were talking to the Houdini channel the other day about doing a little show and tell like group chat thing that I totally screwed up and we never like ended up doing. But I can right now show off the thing that I was going to show really quickly in there.
Yeah.
If you guys are interested in hearing. So I've been playing with doing like 2D animation in Houdini.
Yeah. I saw that.
And this is like really, really, really easy to do. So I can like really quickly show, just for anyone who's curious, for like how to actually go about that process.
Yeah, dude.
I'll open up a new Houdini file, and it's super fun. So basically, I'll drop down a GeoNode here, and then the main way that I'm doing all this stuff is with the draw curve SOP. So the draw curve SOP is great because it gives you, if you hit the, I don't know what you call this thing, the handle or whatever, but like the tool button, you can, draw whatever you want on here, and it draws it on this plane. And then it also like gives you each of the strokes here, and you can tweak the radius or whatever of them. You can switch the projection plane to be YZ instead of YX or ZX, or you could grab like the rubber toy, and instead of drawing it on this plane, you could plug the toy into it and then switch it to project on the geometry, and then you can just draw whatever you want on your geometry, sort of like you would in Cinema with the like draw curve tool in there. So if we go on here, and we turn off show guide geometry, you can see like now I'm drawing, on this guy, and that's fun. But it's also fairly easy to set up like a little, set up multiple frames of this and animate it. So there's two ways to do it. The way that I figured out that I kind of like doing it is just doing a draw curve SOP for every frame that you want to do.
Hold on. How loud did you? Is that?
Sounds fine to me.
Liam, doesn't sound like anything to me. Let me double check. Make sure you're not completely blown out. Of course, I have to mute and unmute my dingus. Are we good now?
I think so. I think we're fine.
Blown out like that. Hold on, let me double check.
Whoa, audio got super loud when I changed scenes. I can turn down my mic if that helps.
Hold on.
Whoa, audio got super loud when I changed scenes. I can turn down my mic if that helps.
Yeah, I guess just turn it down. I don't know why it...
Oh.
Maybe your input just changed on your computer or something. Is Matt super loud? Say something, Matt.
Hello.
Is someone?
Hello.
I'm hearing an echo now, or I was a second ago. I just closed Chrome again.
Me.
Maybe that was it. Hello. Oh.
Either that or I got super soft. Everyone got much louder. You know what? Let me close some of the things I'm working on. It's very possible my Ableton is screwing with things and all of that. I'm just gonna flip a couple things here. It's weird it didn't change on my end though.
Bum 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 bum
Yeah, the audio doesn't change between scenes. That's just weird. Yeah, either that or I got really soft. I don't understand. Let me just, I don't know what to do. Hold on. Check 1, 2. Matt, say something.
Hello. What's going on?
All right, give me a second. You're gonna lose my audio for a second. Hold on.
Oh no, we lost your audio. Like I know I said it. You said it was gonna happen.
Check 1, 2.
Oh, is my screen share including audio?
Yes.
It doesn't need to be doing that.
Oh, it's doing that double thing. It's a Skype thing. Let me just end the call and I'll connect back with you. I know exactly what it is.
Okay.
All right.
I'm playing.
Hopefully that works.
Mario Brothers 2 right now.
Nice. I recognize that song.
Yeah.
I see that white elephant behind you.
Yeah.
I think that fixed it.
Sure, only a few people will get that reference.
I know.
All right, keep going, keep going. And I got Billy standing by for afterwards too. We can do a little.
Oh, sweet.
Billy Ross.
Sick.
Little Billy Ross going on.
Billy Rouse.
Yeah, so Skype starts acting funky and it doubles all the audio sometimes. But you're good.
Oh, am I good?
Yeah, you're good.
And you can see my screen?
Yep.
Okay, cool. So I'll just do what I was doing then. So I'll start again. I'll do a draw curve, and I'll just make a little blob that we can animate spinning around. So I have the draw curve highlighted as the thing that's visible. And then I can make another draw curve to the right of that. And then I can template the previous one. So it's almost like an onion skin. So I can see like my last guy over here.
Oh, cool.
And then I can make another draw curve over here. And then I can template this guy. Or if I want to see them both, I could
Seems like
merge.
A lot of work to be doing for
Right. Yeah.
like 30 frames a second or whatever.
Well, So that's the thing is you probably don't want to do 30 frames a second. Like if you want it to feel like hand drawn animation, you can do 12.
12.
But in addition to that, you probably only want to use this to make loops anyway. So it's probably going to be like at max like 15 frames of these. But there's two ways if you want to see multiple frames. You can do this guy, or you can do the merge thing and then template that and then draw the third one down here. Or if you want to show just 2 frames, you can have one of them be the highlighted one and one of them be the templated one, and then the one that you're drawing on can be the selected one. So like there's the little yellow outline around it, so then I can see, okay, this is draw curve 4 is this white one, this gray one is draw curve 5, and then I'm drawing yet another one over here, and I can just really quickly do like the rest of these. But yeah, obviously if you're doing like a crazy huge animation, you're not going to want to be doing 2D animation in Houdini. And there's probably ways that you can just import a image sequence and figure out ways to
bring them all into a merge node.
Like
somehow?
Yeah, like convert them into curves basically.
Yeah. I see.
So now I'll do one more, and it will, and this one will go back to the original one. So it'll like loop it.
And you're doing a template for the others by just putting them in a merge node and putting the merge node on template.
Not even. Well, yeah. You can do it that way. That is one way. I think that's a little bit annoying. I would rather just see like only two other frames and then do that. But anyway, so now I have all these guys laid out like this basically. I think I can hit L. Oh no, you definitely don't want to do that. So you want them to all be sort of like going from left to right in the order.
Oh no, just highlight them all. Hit A. Hold down A. No, what are you doing?
Wait.
Jeez. Highlight them all. Okay, yeah. Now hold down A, go over to your far left one, and drag right from your right. Yeah, dude.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah. You can do that up and down, too.
Where'd you learn that?
That's...
the Stop Being Afraid of Houdini course.
Jesus.
Isn't that awesome?
That's cool, yeah. I didn't know that. Wow, thanks, Mark. There's a freebie for anyone on this stream.
That actually feels really good right now. I taught you something.
Dude, yeah, that's awesome. That's crazy. There's so many little things like that I there's people are always showing me crazy new stuff like that. So anyway, that makes this even easier. That's great. So now I have all these guys selected, and all I need to do is do a switch node, and then I just drag all of these into the switch.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that. That's cool.
Yeah, you just drag them all into the switch like that. And then now...
Oh, you just select your input.
You just select your input, right?
Oh, yeah.
So then, what's even better is I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 frames of this.
Mm-hmm.
So what I can do is I can say make the input be at frame.
Mm-hmm.
And then it will just, it'll play it, but it will only do it once, obviously.
Right.
But if we use the modulo function, we can do at frame %8, and then it should just loop it. Yeah, there we go. Whoop, let's play it in real time. So that's cool.
Nice.
We can also do, we could do a divide on the frame there to make it half speed. Or we could
at frame and dividing it by 2, right? Is that right?
Yeah. Or the way I prefer to do it. The way I prefer to do it is just add a time shift after and just set it to frame divided by 2, and then now we have this little guy here.
Nice.
And then you can also do stuff like add a mountain, for example, after
do some noise, yeah,
and like add a little extra displacement and make it so that it's actually displacing it on every single frame, so that like
nice.
so you get a little bit of extra animation. Let me make it a little bit more dramatic.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah.
You could even make it crazier than that. But there's like lots of fun ways, obviously, that you can like manipulate this 2D animation once you've made it in Houdini.
Mm-hmm.
What I'll usually do is I'll do like something like a mountain. I could like maybe multiply the time by 5 so it's moving faster every frame. But like that's kind of interesting. And then what I can do is I can do a resample, which for anyone who doesn't know already, what that's doing is taking the points on the curve that I have and just resampling them so that they're evenly spaced. And I could do like a much smaller amount so that there's like tons of these points. And points and particles in Houdini are the same thing. So if we do a VDB from particles afterwards, you basically can just convert the whole thing into a VDB.
Oh, that's so rad, dude.
Drop down the point radius scale, make it like 0.05, do like something like that. Also, it will respect P scale. So if you do something like, I know there's a way to do this with like the curve U attribute, but the way I usually do it is I drop a UV texture on here. This is something that I learned from the CG Wiki guy, Matt Estella. UV texture, and if you set it instead of vertex, because there's no vertices on splines, but there are points, it will UV it on the point attribute, and you switch it from orthographic to rows and columns. Then to visualize what that's doing, I can just say at CD, so the color is at UV.x, so the X value of the UV, and then that just adds a gradient along the length of it, basically, right? So you can see, like, you know, the curve, it's starting here at 0, and then it's going all the way around, increasing to 1 over the length of it. So if we set the P scale at P scale equals at UV.x, and then plug that in here, and then maybe add like plus 0.5, then it will like be like if you were to draw a new curve here, it's gonna be like, it's gonna have like it's almost gonna be like a pressure sensitivity type effect or whatever. But anyway, so like the point of this is there's lots of fun ways to like manipulate this stuff after you've done the 2D animation stuff on it. Yeah, that's just a fun thing I've been playing with recently. So now this looks like that. And yeah, there's lots of other
make the VDBs bigger. So you got just like this little blob, like a full blob, you know,
like that.
Yeah. Like, that's cool.
Yeah, I mean, this is in my mind a cool way that you could like add like a little extra, almost like hand animated like particle effect coming out on something. If like, you know, a character steps on the ground, and you can add like a little like bloop, like just do, you know. But yeah, there's like another way to do this that I've been playing with, which is like if you just do it all in one draw curve, like you don't need to use all of these, but you have to make it so that each stroke is the frame. So you have to do every frame in one stroke. But that can be handy for certain things, like if you draw the curve, draw this curve, draw this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, doot. And then I add a prim wrangle. I think it's a prim wrangle. And you say if at frame equals at prim num Or no, I think you say...
You're saying something like if the primitive number is equal to the frame, you want it to show up, like the transparency is 100%, right?
Exactly. Or the way I would do this is you would say if the frame is not equal to the primnum, then remove 0.0 comma at ptnum, which is like how you delete something with vex. I think we might need to actually do this on a point wrangle. Does not equal. Yeah, there we go. So now this guy animates like that. Boom.
That's cool, man.
And then you can also do the modulo function. So you can say at primnum modulo at num prim, I think. And then I forget the exact code. If a Houdini person's in the chat, they'd be able to tell us. But there's some vex, like num pt is like the max number of points. Yeah, number of primitives and vex. I know that primnum is for the number of each primitive. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I'll figure it out later. But you get the idea.
Are you trying to just? What are you trying to do? Just slow it down?
Just trying to make it loop.
Oh yeah.
So you can use the modulo function for that.
Liam says prim is the total number.
So that is what I want. I want it to be like primnum modulo num prim, so that it just loops over the number of primitives total that there are, because there's one primitive for each thing. I mean, I could just say 12 to do it manually, but I'd rather automate it. So, oh wait, no, I'm doing something wrong here.
You have like an extra something in there, don't you? At primnum something 12. Is that right?
I did this differently last time, and it's really hard to remember how to do it while I'm trying to stream it. So I'll just tell you guys later. But well,
12 people.
But yeah, if anyone's really curious, just hop into the Houdini Slack and I'll figure it out, or Ben Carmelia will post an answer before me. But yeah. Anyway, very fun stuff. So like I just like using Houdini for this kind of stuff that, you know, isn't necessarily like explosions or like the kind of standard stuff that you see.
Right.
Because it's just so versatile. But yeah.
That's awesome, dude.
Spicy deals. Spicy deal alert. Use the code LEARN3D during checkout and get $150 off new Grayscale Gorilla Plus membership.
I saw that.
Pretty good. That's a spicy deal.
It's a good time to be offering those deals.
They did a coronavirus email this morning.
Oh, they did?
Yeah, learn while you're in captivity. I mean quarantine.
Yeah, I do I do want to check out the Zach Corzine course. That looks really good.
Yeah.
And I would also love to check out Chad's new Arnold ones too. Those are always fun. But yeah, cool. All right, I'm gonna go take a shower. Stuff, hopefully Billy's ready to hop on and show us some.
I think he's ready.
Some fancy stuff. But no, I've been digging that stuff lately. Anyway, yeah, good luck with the rest of this guy and the rest of the quarantine. Hopefully we'll be able to do something else fun like this soon.
Yeah,
thanks, man. You too.
Yeah, looks like Billy's ready. All right, take care, man. Thanks
nice. A lot. All right, take it easy, guys.
All right, we're gonna work on getting Billy in here. I'm just gonna add him real quick. I know he's ready to go. So
cool.
Let me add the Gurge. Where is he on my list? Someday they'll fix Skype.
Someday they'll fix Skype. but that day is not today.
Day is definitely not today. See, it says, okay, I see chat. All right, let's see if this works. Doobie doobie doo. Hopefully I'm calling the right line there. We'll see. Problem is, it says last chatted over a year ago. There he is. Hey! We can't hear you though. It's alright.
There we go.
There we go. What's up, man?
The old mixer was muted. Classic Billy move.
Classic. Billy, do you like my Bob Ross?
It was a lot to wake up to. I didn't check Slack immediately upon waking up because, you know, I'm on day 3 of Animal Crossing, and I'm just like, I'm so stoked to wake up every morning and find out what's new on my island. It was like 11 some odd o'clock by the time I got into Slack, and like the joke had already
come and gone.
Picked up
Did it already pass?
It hadn't passed. It picked up too much steam. If I was gonna quell it, I missed that boat. But it's all in good fun, obviously.
Yeah, dude, you're calm. You're a calm in the storm for us right now. You're
right on.
Your art is calming. We like that.
I appreciate that. I wouldn't necessarily say scenes with apocalyptic amounts of fog are calming, but I definitely appreciate your appreciation. That's for sure.
Yeah. Well, I do want to quickly just put out there for anyone just tuning in, we are raising money right now for Doctors Without Borders. So if you can, take a moment and go to mograph.com/donate and donate what you can for people who are in need right now. Again, very hard to think about other people's money right now, you know, but money dough.
Mm-hmm.
But
money dough.
But money dough. But they're saying the same thing, but money dough. But any money dough. And so right now, if you go to mograph.com/donate, help us get up there. If we get to 2,500, we're going to be adding another $100 to the pot. So just wanted to put that out there. We got a day and a half or so left in our little journey here to 3,000. So any help would be much appreciated. So
I was getting Twitter and the Instagrams and all that going. You mentioned if there's instructions on how to donate easily so that it like goes towards the money pot, right?
Yeah.
It all goes towards the money pot.
Okay.
Yeah. Mograph.com/donate. It takes you to a GoFundMe that we set up that directly links to their charity. So it doesn't filter the money or do any of that. You can decide whether or not you want to donate, you know, a tip to GoFundMe or not. That's up to you. So, yeah. So that's fun.
That's awesome. Because I was thinking in my head, I was like, I don't know if I've donated to a charity online before. Like, how does that, you know, like, just what is the actual, you know, procedure?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's nice to GoFundMe for it. Like, we were trying to figure out the best way that we would be able to get them money without, because, you know, anytime you use any sort of service or something, a lot of times they want you, you know, you got to pay a certain amount. And it's like, I don't love that. You know, I don't love that you have to, that people who are donating have to actually pay something, you know, more than what they're donating.
Right. There's like a cut taken out of it or whatever.
Yeah, exactly. So I just, we were lucky enough to find the GoFundMe that just everything goes straight to them, which is nice.
They have registered charities and all of that. So yeah.
Having a hard time with Mario Brothers 2.
Yeah, apparently. Thanks for joining the stream, Matt.
Well, we're talking Ableton. I don't know any of this stuff.
I thought you were trying to learn Ableton, weren't you?
Yeah, I was, but then I got into Houdini.
Oh, that's true.
It's like I understood everything he was talking about there. I was on the wall with that.
Yeah.
Billy, how's your Houdini coming? Have you finished the course
Oh
yet?
yeah.
So I definitely fell off the wagon sometime in early February. And part of that was just I had like, you know, a small job or whatever, you know, starting to get going on. And then I had gotten, so I made it through the first 50% where it was all like the intro, like tutorial,
nice.
you know, stuff. You know, blasted through like a video or two each night, made pretty solid progress on that.
Yeah.
And then I was like, okay, I think I know enough that I can actually use if I jump ahead to the like cloth or vellum section, which is not sequential after that point because I think I skipped like the dynamics and pyro and whatever.
Right. And I think you can do that once you kind of understand the basics of it. You know, it's once you get to the very last one where it's like it builds everything off of that. You know.
Yeah. No. And I had no problem jumping into the cloth vellum thing because I wanted to. There was one of the shots from my my short film thingy. And I had done it with XP cloth, like, you know, back a year or two ago or whatever. And at this point, I now don't even have X particles on any machine. Like I've either reformatted or installed new versions of Cinema or whatever. I don't have maintenance. So I literally can't, like I owned X particles at some point. I paid, you know, $700 to like have it or whatever. And now, because I don't have maintenance, I literally can't re-download or reinstall it due to their, just due to the way it's
you never want to let your maintenance expire on it because unless you have a physical like download of it, you know, then you can't re-download it.
Right. And so long story short, I redid that one little cloth asset using, you know, my new small amount of Houdini powers, thanks to Mark and the course you two whipped together, and that went well. I did it in like a day. I was very, very pleased with the result. And then I was like, okay, well, cool. At this point, I'm comfortable like jumping in to any other random tutorial on the internet because that's I think that's the biggest hurdle with Houdini is like it is so easy to miss a single click or input. Right. And like a panel or a settings menu or something that you're following along, like it's not there and you don't even know why. And it's just like it's a complete roadblock. Or it would be if you don't fundamentally have a good intro to Houdini. And so at this point, like, you know, an upcoming little box fort piece, we wanted to do like a custom VDB, like nice big poofy cloud, like an illustrative shaped cloud.
Super easy in Houdini.
Right, and so I mashed together a bunch of spheres in Cinema. I you know kicked out an FBX, popped it into the old Intagma like make clouds in 10 minutes or less tutorial. And I was like, well, I already know, you know, I know my file node and I know how to merge this thing, and I, you know, and I was able to follow along to something that I probably would have been able to get through, but it would have been substantially more effort. And so even though I've like kind of fallen off, and I do really want to get back into finishing the rest of Stop Being Afraid of Houdini, because there is some pyro and destruction stuff I do want to do for my film. It's just, you know, it's a matter of time. But
totally.
The intro is super solid, and even if I don't touch it for like, you know, 3 or 4 weeks, which had been the case for the last time. You know, when I hopped in to do that Intagma cloud tutorial, I was like still fine. You know, I spent 2 months working my way through all of that intro material, and I think I paced it well enough that it sank in at least adequately that like it's gonna sit in the long-term storage, you know, back here for at least long enough.
You won't have to start over if you want to jump back into it. You know, like you normally do with Houdini or something like that.
Right, and that
was Houdini Mark.
hey bud. But that was gonna be my biggest fear, was like what is starting from scratch like in Houdini, you know? Like if you don't touch it for 6 months because you know, bootleg together a weekend's worth of tutorials and you like lacked a solid quality foundation. The class does, you know, it did it well and above, my expectations in terms of like setting, that foundation. I'm not afraid to jump in and out of the different contexts and like in and out of, whatever.
If you say Houdini 3 times, Mark appears.
That's true. He's here.
That's how it works.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm glad.
Yeah, I know.
You're
Just
enjoying
following
it,
along with Tokyo Megaplex just a minute ago. It's like he started jumping in. I'm like, all right, I'm right back in there.
Yeah, it made sense to me.
And and now. And it messes you up because I use the 1, 2, 3 keys when navigating in cinema. I don't do that anymore. It's all the Alt button.
Hell yeah. The next thing is remapping those 1, 2, and 3 buttons for increased productivity once you're back in cinema, because in Houdini, that's how you switch between like primitives, points, edges, etc.
Yeah.
I cannot recommend setting up those identical hotkeys. If you're no longer a 1, 2, 3 navigator, dude, you've got so much extra room for activities on that keyboard. I'm telling you.
I only use one. I don't use anything else.
Really?
I only use one to move.
I find myself getting mixed up a lot, between middle mouse click and, right mouse click and stuff. Like I always forget which one is which. Or maybe it's like left and right mouse click when I'm navigating. But 1, 2, 3, it's so ingrained into muscle memory. But now, like Alt is ingrained to where I don't instinctively reach for 1, 2, 3 anymore.
So I've always used Alt.
Yeah.
That's why I only use one. Because then you zoom with the middle mouse.
Yeah.
I mean, Maya was my first 3D program in school, and that is, that defaults to Alt with mouse buttons. And so it was probably months before I even knew that 1, 2, and 3 did anything in cinema.
Oh.
Like when I first picked it up, because I just like immediately I held Alt and I used the mouse buttons the way that I would in Maya, and I was like, okay, it works. Like I'm not questioning. Why would I question it at that point? And then I'd say probably 3 years ago is when I really extensively started changing keybinds in cinema, just because like I'm a decade plus ago when I was spending all my time in World of Warcraft raiding and doing 2v2 arenas, it's like, dude, you needed hotkeys for days. And like, I mean, I can.
You also have a custom keyboard, right?
I do have a little miniature.
Oh, yeah.
I do have a little miniature guy. But from my fingers on home row or like WASD, if we're trying to be real gamers here, I can hit 7, 8, and 9 with my left hand and not make a mistake. Like, because like I know how far to reach just by muscle, like the amount of distance to move. Like I can make it all the way on my left hand to O on the keyboard, and that's a lot of buttons. That's a lot of ground to cover. Like with relative accuracy. And that's just like feeling like a little ninja, like when I'm over here modeling, like MK, ML, MD, whatever, like to just bang out all the different modeling hotkeys.
If you watched me, you'd be like, oh my god, he's going so slow. He's going so slow. And I have like I only know like, what is it, MW, MS, D, and then MO. But the only reason I remember MO for slide, because I have like a little thing that I say, in my opinion, this needs to move.
Oh my gosh.
Stupid.
Yeah,
whatever
it's
works.
Like
the only reason I remember it.
Yeah. Like MQ is weld. The letter Q is not in weld.
Yeah.
It'll never appear in that letter, but I mean,
unless Q from Star Trek, I don't know. Q from Star Trek: The Next Generation. He brings up the grid in front of them, and it looks like it's welded, and then I don't know.
Yeah,
you're gonna need to stretch before you reach like that.
Ooh, I'm trying.
Ooh, he's trying.
He's trying. Cool. So you want to share your screen, and I'll get that kind of going here. We can set up our
let's.
Bob Ross
thanks for
thing.
rendering. So you rendered out your dailies on like super high res. which is on your Twitter, you know?
Yeah, yeah.
So like that's badass. Like being able to actually like, I mean, I put him as my background, you know?
Oh no, that's awesome. Yeah, I did those at 2160 by 1080, which is two 1080 frames, because I wanted like the whole gimmick was I wanted to do the little swipey post on Instagram.
Right.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
Two square images right next to one another, and plus it's like kind of it's a fun aspect ratio to work in.
Yeah.
I'm doing my film in 2560 by 1080, which is like 2.5 to 1 ratio, which is it's slightly wider than like cinema, like 235 to 1.
Mm-hmm.
And it's fun, let me tell you. Just to like explore, like different, kind of worlds and whatever.
I'm gonna run to the restroom real quick and get some Advil, so I will be right back.
Okay.
Alrighty, so I'm gonna pull up. So I don't know which one we want to break down today. The most amount of requests that I got on Instagram as I was posting these dailies was the third one, which was like the Simon Stollenhag-esque. It's like a little blue shed with a tree line in the background. So that's probably the one that I'm gonna open up today.
Okay.
So that was number 3. And I got a lot of requests saying breakdown, but I don't know what to break down. So maybe we'll just like on the comments on that Instagram post.
Oh, but they didn't say what to break down. Oh, I see what you're saying.
Right. It's just like when I posted that frame a week ago or whatever, it's like, of any of them that I posted, that was the one that the most people requested. This is the most requested, at least from Instagram. Like yesterday, we fielded some requests from Twitter. I figure let's do some Instagram stuff today. So let's get going. So I'll open up.
I gotta do your intro though. What's the name of Bob Ross's show? It's not called.
Isn't it the Joy of Painting?
The Joy of Painting. So what would you call this? The Joy of
as a segment. The Joy of Rendering, I guess, works for me.
The Joy of Rendering. We'll need some music. Is this the? Let me see if I got. Yeah. See, it's so chill. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Joy of Painting. I mean, the Joy of Rendering. I'll have to. Hey, look, I got a title graphic for you too. Don't hate me.
Oh.
Don't hate me.
Oh no.
Welcome everybody to the show.
I saw that in the Slack.
That is so awesome, dude. All right. So we're going to relax. We're going to pretend that all the things going on in the world are not going on with the amazing, relaxing instruction from Billy.
All right. So let's pull up Pinterest because that's where everything starts.
Oh yeah. Grant says you should be holding a Wacom tablet in that, a Wacom pen in that, instead of a brush.
Well, if it was going to be accurate, it would be a vertical mouse. Because I am not a, it's my ergonomic mouse for my crippled arm because I spend so much dang time on the computer.
I'm right there with you, man. I can't do the pen that long every day.
Yeah, I'm all about vertical mouse just because I'm a mouse. I'm a little mouse boy. And the vertical mouse is definitely the way to go. I've been on that kick for 2 years now, I want to say. All right, so let's just type Simon Stollenhag into Pinterest. And I'm sure we'll find the frame soon. Let me pull over. Because I didn't actually pin the exact frame. There it is. Found it. Okay. So yeah, it's the same thing. Like, It's the same frame.
Okay.
I'm not gonna claim, originality here. It's a daily, okay? You got to start somewhere.
No, I mean,
So
sometimes it's fun to try and recreate stuff like that.
oh, absolutely. And I don't look at this as, I mean, some people are going to be purists and say it's creatively cheating. But for me, it's an interesting exploration because it's like you can look at this and there's a pleasing quality to it, like compositionally, because it's like symmetrical. There's enough elements that there's big elements, medium-sized elements, small-sized elements. So there's like good levels of contrast in terms of color because you've got this like nice little warm hot spot in the middle, and then there's detail and like size contrast because you've got this big like overcast sky, and then you've got this small little like trees, and then these tiny little crumbly tiles and like the little details inside of the house. So like there's a lot of different reasons if you break this down from like an art theory perspective about why this image is pleasing or like it's a successful piece of art or whatever. However, fancy you want to get with describing it. And so once you sort of realize that, you can use that as a really powerful starting point to actually know why like an image is or isn't successful. So with that starting point in mind, let's jump into cinema. So we will turn off most of like the terrain scattery stuff. Let's turn off the whole foliage layer, and then all of the debris and trash and junk as well. All right, so this should be most of the junk that we need to turn off. So pretty similar camera trick to yesterday, the little breakdown using the composition menu to turn on the grid so that I've got my nice center point. And this is, contrasting yesterday's render where I had items on like the right of the frame. This is like a centered crop. So, it's pretty important to kind of line up all of the geometry on, like on the 0 point of the x-axis, right? Duh, because if this was slightly off center, you'd be like, ooh, okay, that's, that's an easy mistake to avoid, check that one off the list, ring the bell, like, cool, we're making progress.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly. So as far as the terrain, if we kind of pull back out into the rest of the camera, we can start to see I'm doing similar tricks that I showed in yesterday's frame where I have the displacer, and the displacer is, in this case, making me this little like tiled section. So if I actually turn off the tile flooring and we just turn off the texturing, we can see there's kind of like this little square, shallow little pool to sit the little tile flooring asset in. And that's just because I like to really crank the displacement up in Redshift. And, you can see there's like a good amount of like height variation in these tile, like little floors. And the reason for that is like, you would see patches of the dirt like mush through, the floor here. So, you kind of go the little extra mile with this little displacer to set up this little kind of square bit. And you can see, it's the box field is basically just shaped to the same size as the little tile flooring, little plane primitive. And then there's really not too much fancy stuff going on. You got a landscape object. Ooh, wow. We've seen these before. And then the landscape here, I just went to like point select mode or whatever and just grabbed like, like a couple there and a couple here. And
your point select mode, you're setting a curve to do that?
Yeah, so Right. Okay. So yeah, actually, let me back that up. So
I've
you've
never
got
done
these
it that way. I've never even thought about that before.
Right. Okay. So let me turn that off, and let me make a duplicate of this whole thing, and we'll just scale this whole thing to 0. So in theory, like this terrain would be back to this would be back to the starting point in theory. So we've got just because I wanted to. There's like a real subtle kind of slope on here.
Yeah.
And again, it's really subtle, but it's one of those little things that like you can sort of feel it even if you don't necessarily see it. So let's just sort of mimic these two little hills that we want to make. So we'll grab our move tool. We'll come over here to soft selection, turn this on. And by default, it would probably be set to linear.
Right.
And I think the radius would probably be like 100 or something. And it's like, I don't know about you, but that's not exactly like very hill-like.
No.
It doesn't have like
territory right there.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yep. Exactly. So you could try maybe switching it to like Bell or one of these other ones, which gets you a little bit more of a hill. Like at least it's not as like icky, crunchy, like transition.
Right.
But the spline mode, which allows you to like kind of draw your own sort of shape. If you wanted to make it like really extreme and make like crazy like Mount Doom, Lord of the Rings, whatever, evil mountains, you could do that as well. So we kind of wound up somewhere, I think in this ballpark, and somewhere around like 400. And when you're in the camera view, it gives you a nice kind of like, it gives you just that little bit of
that's nice.
A little bit of a hill, and it just makes it makes it feel like there's a little bit more going on. And even the added benefit of is it kind of like hides some of the tree line. Like I think honestly these trees are floating like up off the ground, and part of that is like, all right, I don't want to like resave these trees or like mess with their scaling or whatever. I can just kind of raise the ground up a little bit and just hide the crime. So I think that covers most of the terrain itself. The texture on the terrain is a very, we can sort of delete this landscape. I think this is just one of the GSG ground materials. Yeah. So this is just one of the old EMC pack materials, and you don't even really see a whole lot of the dirt ground itself. It's really just there needs to be something there that's relatively color matched to the foliage that has this all sort of tannish, desaturated green, largely kind of like dead grass sort of appearance. So that's probably the next place to start. So we'll turn our foliage group back on. And so we've got our rainbow sprinkles, as I call them, all over the place. So let's turn these off.
What are those made up? Are those just the same Megascan stuff?
It's a mix. So let's actually go through those. So our rainbow sprinkles are a couple different layers of matrix objects. And the reason they're colorized is because, well, I'm using a random effector to colorize them. And you can see I name my random effectors so this random effector is using scale and rotation. This one's using color, and I'm using the Houdini terminology actually now.
There you go.
Thanks to Mark to indicate that this is a color attribute. So even a little bit of Houdini is now working its way back into my cinema workflow. All right, so let's take a look at this first grass matrix. So it's pretty straightforward setup, similar to yesterday in terms of it's a matrix object and it's pointing at the terrain, and I gave it a selection tag to tell it, where to go, because if you don't tell it where to go, then it's going to go everywhere. And you want to be able to art direct kind of where you want your grass patches, So if we select our tag, we can see that it's Wild Pass Scratch 1 and 2. And I believe these were Megascan, or no, I believe these were Forester little patches of grass. And I can open those up. I think forester plants. Yeah, so this machine that I'm on right now doesn't have forester, but my machine at the office does. So we can look at the proxies, but not the source geometry.
Right.
And I mean, it's pretty dang straightforward. This is just the basic forester. You know, it's one of the grass presets from the library. And we can kind of see that I'm taking a couple different random seeds of each of these, and I can't show it the Megascans, you know, or sorry, the forester settings themselves, but I'm basically just altering the seed parameter and like maybe some of the sizing and stuff ever so slightly. If I turn these all on and we turn on our mesh, we can take a look at the trees, and we'll arrange these. Num times 400 should spread those out. Yeah, so we can see some are a little taller, some are a little, you know, more branchy, less branchy. And this is basically how I just set up all of my different Megascans or forester scenes. You know, just having them all laid out in one file on their own, bulk converting them to proxy using that script from John Bosley, and then we can hop back over to the main file. So I kind of group these, you know, trees, plants, weeds, etc. And so we can turn off those and start to look at the next plane or plants matrix. So this one is using, so this matrix is using the other types of grass from the forester ones that I kicked out. So I'm kind of like, I'm using these in sort of different places. If we solo that one versus soloing this one, it's roughly the same overall placement, but this one, it sort of encroaches in on the center area a little bit more. If we turn one on, turn the other one on, and if we refer back to the render, so the one that encroaches more in on the center of the frame is these like lower sort of grassy bits, and then the like taller, more like, you know, wild grass with like the cattails and all that. Mm-hmm. Those are a bit like kind of further out along the perimeter. And the reason I'm doing that is it creates kind of like a nicer eye line in terms of like, you can sort of see further out into the distance because these low grass ones, like they're there, but they don't obstruct your field of view all that much. Mm-hmm. And it kind of gives you a nice transition from like the really wild overgrown stuff into like a bit of grassy, and then transitioning into, you know, like this man-made floor, which would be, you know, this like stone tile or whatever. Mm-hmm. And it's just kind of like it's interesting if you observe like game design or game engine textures, you'll see like how they're sort of blending from like one zone to another. Or like, I don't know, a different real world example would be like a golf course. Like you've got your deep rough, and then you've got your fairway, and then you've got the green. Right. And it's like the sort of the different layers of grass, or like it's kind of the different amounts of wilderness. Yeah. It just, you know, it's those small little details that I think they add up, in my opinion. They add up. And then we've got one more plant matrix, which has some Megascans grass. And so if I pop open bridge, we can show those. And I'll go to acquired, and then we'll do plant. So there are examples like these big clumps of dead grass, and like we can see these like cattails ones, all this fun stuff. So these are really awesome. You know, I won't go through quite the same, you know, walkthrough, but Megascans Bridge is super awesome. You click download, you click export, boom, bingo, it's in your scene. And I just go through the same process of, you know, doing my due diligence to convert everything to proxy, just because it makes Redshift a little bit happier, you know, firing up the IPR. And we'll see that each of these, by default, when you make a proxy, it won't have the material. And let me actually just go and do this. So let me grab, I'm going to copy this to a new scene, and we'll zero that out. So if we turn on, so if I hit C on this, this will be an object again, and it won't have the selection. Okay, so let's just pretend it doesn't matter where this came from at this point. This could be Turbo Squid, this could be Megascans, Forester, whatever. As far as Cinema cares, this is just polygons and a material, right? Cool. So wherever you're getting your grass asset, whether you're making it by hand or buying it from one of these various sources, we're all at the same starting point effectively here. So let's make this a proxy, and we'll go grab the script, and we'll do it by the world origin. And I prefer doing by world origin if I have centered the geo, because sometimes, if I just pull out of this, you know, sometimes if you go from like an orthographic view, like your anchor point might be, you know, kind of like this, like where it's not exactly at the bottom of the object. This will be really, really common if you bought this from like Turbo Squid and the model came from like 3ds Max. Like the anchor point will be sideways and like offset, all that junk. So I like to just
will be linking to a local place on their hard drive.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, I mean, well, that's a whole nother story, but we're just pretending like the textures aren't a problem. We're just talking about the anchor point here. So we're lining this up to the world axis because that's how I prefer to do it, because the anchor point is relevant once we start talking about scattering this object. So we'll go back, grab our script.
You don't want to see half the grass.
Right, exactly. You don't want it pointing sideways. You don't want any of that. So we got our world axis, add proxy to scene. I'm not going to do anything else. So I'm just going to render this to my downloads folder because it doesn't matter. All right, so we've got a grass proxy made, and this is our redshift, but it does not have the texture, and that's just the way that it works by default. Because the texture data, if we go to the Redshift Asset Manager, these are this JPEG and its accompanying shader. These are all just going to be baked into, you know, whatever. Redshift is going to have all of that data stored, and it's going to call upon that data at render time. It's on purpose a sort of like black box, like because you're not supposed to really mess with it. It's assuming that it's just going to work, and it usually does for the most part. But I don't like doing that. So what I'll always do is I'll copy that material back onto the proxy, and then I'm going to copy this into my file. And you'll see, like all of these grass proxy objects have all of their original materials applied onto them, and we can see on the proxy object I'm changing, because the default setting is retrieve materials from proxy file. That is going to use all of its internally stored data, which is inaccessible. I always go through the effort to change it back to object, and so that way it's actually going to pull this, pull this material. It's going to pull this shader that I have set up. And the reason we're going to do that, now, of course, the exact one that I opened up is not a good example, but if I pull up one of these other materials from one of these other pieces of grass here, we'll see that I'm using a Redshift color user data, and we pulled over the little twirly down, and I'm using the Mograph color attribute, so RSMG color, and that is going to give me different color data based on all of my rainbow sprinkles. And so if we pull one of these, yeah, okay, so let's solo this and solo all of these, and let's get our IPR going. And I will give that a second to process the textures. So this is going to be a very subtle, thing, but if we look really, really closely, we can see some of these different patches of grass are ever so slightly different colored. they have slightly different hue, slightly different value. Some are lighter, some are darker, some are redder, some are more yellow, etc. And that is because I'm pulling in this color data based off of the random effector. If I unlock my IPR, we can see
music.
What?
What's the buzzing?
That's just because he's rendering.
Oh,
it's
okay.
not that
You're
loud.
hearing,
don't worry.
You're hearing my GPUs.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah.
Oh,
It's
okay.
It's not that loud. It's fine. It sounds like dubstep
right.
though.
Wait, what?
It just sounds.
Uh-oh.
No. I mean, like the noise of the machine sounds like a dubstep sample.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I don't even hear it with my headphones.
It's not that loud. You can
Gotcha.
barely hear
Okay.
it. It's only when you're like moving around in the view.
Okay. All right. So, well, now I'm scared.
No, you're fine. It's not like just.
You're fine.
Yeah, it's totally.
It's not loud.
It's barely
It's not
audible.
loud. It's
Yeah.
slightly in the background.
Yeah, no big
All right.
deal. I'm running the
So
restroom. I'll be back. Keep going.
So we'll just crank this real crazy to like -90 by +90, and we'll see that the colors will get real wild and wacky if we refresh our IPR. I hope. If I'm on the right. Oh boy. Gotta love a live demonstration. Which shader do I need to change? We'll just change them all. There it is. Okay, so I found the shader for this exact set of grass. So we're pulling in this color user data node, and we're changing the range, and then that is going into the hue. So I think this was at like 0 by like 40. So if I kind of nudge this, up and down bit by bit, we can see that these each of these plants are starting to change color, and they're becoming uniquely colored in respect to their neighbors. And that is because of the old Mograph color. If I disable that effector entirely, they'll return back to their default colors, which is like a normal healthy green. But if we pull this, I think it was at 0 to 40 was our default value. We've got now this like kind of dried, sad, more apocalyptic looking grass, which is giving us a good range of warmer tones. So I pretty much always set up this little color setup. And just to walk through the rest of the nodes, there's like a leaf texture, there's a color correct or a color layer, which is just kind of like making it more yellow. And then all that's running into the color correct node, along with the color user data plus change range. And then that's feeding into the diffuse color. So overall, it's a pretty simple shader in terms of like what it's doing. It's just using the data that we've got available to us just really efficiently. I think. It's like you could set this up on a building. Say you've got like a cool brick building texture, and you wanted to just make each building a different color. Brick, like one's red, one's blue, one's yellow, one's, green, whatever. You can start pulling in all these colors and, go to town. So that's all those. I think that'll pretty much take us through all of the grass and the foliage. So we can probably talk about the building now, I figure. So we'll just refresh our IPR. Oh, now it's going to want to process the rest of the textures in the scene now. So we'll give this a second. Any comments, questions, anything coming through?
Everybody's watching the School of Motion State of the Union. That's why.
Oh, is it going on right now?
Yeah.
Oh, we're running counter to that.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, boy. That's fine.
You're like, oh, man, I wanted to watch that.
I'm sure I'll get a lowdown.
That's on YouTube. It's on the YouTubes.
All right, so this is taking a minute to convert all the textures. it's usually not too bad. It's probably because this project is from like a week ago, and I used so many other textures and other scenes after this one. Because like it's usually not too bad as you're making a scene to texture, you know, like one or two, or when you're making one or two things at a time, this, you know, caching process isn't too lengthy. But when it's doing like a whole scene, you know, that is the downside of this. Some of these Megascans things is, you know, they do come with a lot of texture maps. And because if you're like me and you download everything at either like 4K or 8K quality, because you're like, well, I don't care, I want it to look as good as it can look, then you start to pay that price when it comes to processing an entire scene's worth of textures.
Yeah. It's all right.
We're at 98%, so hopefully we see something soon.
It's pretty.
Alrighty,
you
so
don't
we're
have
back.
the trees in the background yet. Right?
I do not. Nope, still have those off. So let's just talk about the house a little bit. So I'm going to turn post effects off because I think it makes the textures a little bit easier to see on the building. And I'm going to turn the geometry and displacement off as well. So let's talk about the texture on this building. So modeling wise, this is a super simple piece of geometry. If we just come in on this and we turn our wireframe on, like, I mean, it's a cube with a hole cut out into it. There's a handful of little bevels and like 2 extrudes maybe.
Yeah.
You know, this thing is real simple. And just with some nice material work, it doesn't really matter that it's this simple. So modeling wise, anyone can do this. I think if you can use the extrude tool and the knife tool, I mean, that's about all you got to do. So
yeah.
Let's look at this texture by texture, because I'm pretty pleased with. Just turn off soft select. I'm pretty pleased with how this wound up working out.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's such like a simple shape, you know, like you would. I don't know. Like I didn't even think of it as being as such a simple shape, you know.
Right.
Just that it looked like a house, you know. But no,
right.
It's that's funny.
Yeah. So let's break down. So we're using a material blender, and this first material up here this looks like a Megascans texture. So this is probably, if I just clear out, it's probably like
that first one up at the top.
Yeah, it's probably like one of these, or like this, or like one of these. So it's just like a basic kind of concrete. I know that this one right here is the ceiling. That's the green bunker. That's the one up here, and this one that's in the center. Forget exactly that one is, but you know, it's again, this is super simple. You click export and it'll make this part of the node graph like all for you. And then I'm just adding this sort of grime layer. So the grime layer is just a really, you know, it's a super basic material, but it's got an interesting sort of mask applied to it, and that's giving us this like kind of grungy, like it looks like there's like drips and stains kind of type vibe. So let's look at this mask, because that's where all like the cool stuff's happening. So we've got a grunge drip texture, and this came from probably Polygon or Megascans. If I actually locate this, and we'll show you what that looks like as a source. So I'm pulling this in, and I'm running it through a ramp, and that's just because I want to like really clamp it, like super, you know, like, I mean, you can see the color knots on this swatch. It's, you know, they're super clamped together. And then we combine this with a ramp, and the ramp gives us like, you know, the ramp is just set to the vertical UV map. So it's going to just read kind of basically in the Y axis essentially. And this is just going to mask off, you know, in a Photoshop layer mask, white reveals and black hides. So that's what our color layer is doing. It's just kind of, if we go from here to
so
here.
So basically just looks like it's dripping down from the roof, yeah.
Right, and then it kind of just, it gives the bottom part here a nice kind of like clean cutoff, because if you can see right here, it doesn't like, this is not a tileable texture. And so this, the ramp trick with the layer mask is an easy way to, combat the fact that it does not mask very nicely. You run that through a color correct, just kind of clamping and making it a little bit more extreme, just because as a mask, I kind of needed to do that. And then that gets you your grungy kind of drippy stuff. I think these other materials are basically just drag and drop out of the box, like this green bunker one, and kind of like I wish that this was in chronological order in terms of when I downloaded it, because it would have there it is. So green painted wood, bingo bango, that's the bottom of the house.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like the sub basement or whatever. So that's all cool. That's basically the house itself. So we'll turn on the junk assets and the details for the house. The details, these little shutters are just, it's literally just a cloner. It's just a cloner, some little cubes, a little bit of a random effector just to make them all look slightly different. Not real fancy there. And then these like little bits of trash, these are just random props. I think I probably bought these off of Turbo Squid or CG Trader. Just nice little solid, bits of garbage and like old abandoned apocalyptic vibes. Got some little sci-fi bits to make it look all future.
Kit Bash?
Yeah, so some of these are Vitaly Bulgarov. We'll just pull that up.
The antenna thing looks like it's a Kit Bash thing. Looks familiar.
I'm pretty sure these are all from Vitaly's megastructures. So yeah, it's a lot of familiar vibes to Kit Bash, type deals. Vitaly is one of the OGs in the like mech 3D rendering, kind of world. I'm pretty sure that like AC vent on the side of the house is just one of these. Yeah, Vitaly's stuff is super recognizable. Once you know it, you spot these everywhere on the internet. So yeah, his pack is dope. So we'll jump back to, and it's just like that, like old, the whole like Simon Stålenhag art style is like, the sort of timeline his little art world takes place in is like in the 50s. There's like basically there was a split, and I think their world like adopted a lot of this like futuristic nuclear sort of powered like stuff, and so there's like, it's like the 80s, but it's not. It's like an alternate timeline kind of based on the 80s that's like slightly more futuristic than where we are kind of type vibe. So that's why, like, throwing some future techie Kit Bash junk in mixed with like, like an old junky upholstered chair is like, there's not going to be really a futuristic version of that, I don't think. So it's just kind of like finding assets that all sort of make sense together. And then the light that's in this house, that's kind of an interesting. Let's pull that up because I had fun making that. So we'll just run our render again. Turn post effects on. Okay. So let's just look at the center of our shot. So I'm going to turn all these volumetric lights off. So we've got nothing. We'll do our snapshots. So there's a fill light just to light up sort of the interior of the room. and the fill light has no volumetric setting. We walked through a lot of this stuff yesterday, so I won't go through it in as much detail.
Is it just an area light?
Yep, it's just an area light, and I'll pull into a view so that we can see up in here.
Cool.
So the fill light is just this, like, it's like if you had a cylinder, sort of like big old bulb up top, like there's one kind of in my kitchen. It's sort of a big old, what's the word?
Yeah. I know what you're saying.
A sconce or something? I don't know. I don't have the Sims in front of me, so I don't know what my light fixtures are named. And then we've got one volumetric light that's just sort of mimicking the same angle. I'm actually going to hide the traffic lights on those two. So you've got like your circle-y area light, and then you've got a spotlight, which is that's what's doing this first little bit of volumetric. So we'll do another little snapshot. Actually, let me delete that one. All right, there we go. And then we'll turn this one on, and then we'll save a snapshot. So there's no light, fill light only. The first volumetric light inside of this one's inside of the room, which is giving a little bit of like kind of haziness to the interior of the room. And then I thought it would be fun, in addition to that, to turn on some more lights that sort of cheat out the window. So we'll turn these on just to give it a little bit more like light spilling out of the room kind of vibes. So there's one, and I was like, I feel like I can sweeten that up a little bit more even. So I added a second spotlight, which is a little bit more narrow. This is a little bit more cone shaped. So
I like the addition of the area light and the spotlight at the same time. It gives it a really neat look. Like almost like there's a lot more fall off with it,
Right. It's kind of like there's the old way of stacking like glow effects in After Effects where like you would like blur the layer, like say you blur it like 100 strength and then you duplicate it, you blur it 200 strength, you duplicate it again, you blur it 400 strength. So it just kind of gives you like this fake fall off that just looks a little bit like juicier, I think. And so that's that. And each of these have a little bit different volumetric settings. Like some of them have slightly different color temperature, slightly different size, just to kind of give it a little bit, it's a little something, this is all just like cooking, you're there, you've got the ingredients, and it's just about mixing the ratio of adding this and adding that and all that. So what else? The trees are super straightforward. I guess we can turn those back on. Where were those?
As well.
Yep. There we go. Yep. So the trees I showed. Let's turn our region render off. The trees that
brings it all together right there.
Yeah, and
you lose your hills a lot though.
Yeah, and that's fine. It's what you lose in the hills, you gain in all these like little tiny like streaks of light, just because the angle that this light behind everything, and it's the same setup that I used when I showed yesterday. There's a dome light, and then there's an infinite light, and the infinite light is the one that's actually doing the real volumetrics. So you get all these like cool God rays shooting through the trees. You lose. No, they show up pretty good in the final render. I think that about sums up everything as far as the 3D scene goes. There's all this trash, like cardboard boxes and bricks and like little, plumbing pipes and all this just little trash, just to make this look like, maybe this. I don't know, if you want to come up with a little story of maybe this is like a little research base or something, and it was like
Billy's people.
I'm trying to like come up with like what is this? Like yesterday, the beach house like adding in that little house and adding the lights, like the volumetric lights, like spotlights to make it look like there's like a party or something going on. It's like some mansion.
Yeah.
It's just like, I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know, maybe it's dumb to say like I'm coming up with some headcanon about the scene that I'm making, but it's honestly really useful. Like if it sounds,
you're in a way, you're telling a story, you know?
Right.
I mean, like take for example, the little bits of like futuristic satellite thing up at the top, like if you didn't have that, it may just look like an old abandoned building, like at any point in time,
right.
But now with that stuff, it adds a little bit of a more techie, futuristic. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. Like maybe this is a small outpost on the outskirts of like a bigger town.
Right.
Maybe that explains why this is basically the size of a shed with a radar dish strapped to the roof. Like what exactly is going on? Like why is there a child's like rocking horse in the foreground here? Like I don't know, but it's kind of it's starting to paint a picture. Like there are there are these big like trash heaps out along the outskirts of the the scene here, and that's just like I'm just grabbing like these junk like chair assets and whatever. Like one of these I think is a big old bathtub, but like I mean
every post-apocalyptic scene needs a bathtub,
right? Like in a giant like the Liberty Bell. Like I don't know, but I mean the stuff's there and it helps fill in detail. It makes it look like this place really got ransacked at some point.
Funny. Any little Easter eggs that you added?
Nothing in this one. The dailies they happen too quick to really to slip like real subtle stuff in. I had a lot of fun painting graffiti into some of the shots on my film. That was like a lot of fun. So there's some fun stuff tucked away. Like even just like music I like listening to, I'll grab like the album art. Or whatever, and just like it's two pixels big in the corner of one shot that you can see for all of like 4 frames, but it's there. It's like it's just fun.
I think having a story is a really good.
Even if you're not like if you've got a story, you're alluding to a story. You're doing some sort of storytelling visually,
right?
Whether people realize it or not, you are telling some sort of story, and it's up to the viewer to decide what that is.
Oh, exactly. And if you're going to be making a longer form piece, like, and this is just anyone who's listening, if you want to make like a short film or a series of interconnected dailies or whatever, it's kind of interesting to as a thought exercise, basically write like a treatment or like a script in terms of like what is the setting, what's the time, what's the timeline of this? Is it a specific decade? Is it like an alternate timeline where maybe there's like future tech mixed with retro stuff? And all the reason to do that is it winds up informing like what things you may want to add. And it helps you solve problems before they even come up, like creatively. A few months ago, I actually gave a talk at my local version of SIGGRAPH, and it was about the rally car that I made last year with Ash, and so making that car it was fun because it's an existing rally car from the early 90s, but we wanted to modernize it based off of like more modern versions of Ford cars that Ken has raced in rally. So the story, quote unquote, the story is this: it's from a specific time period, but we have a newer time period of elements to like add or like design features to add to this thing. So in this case, like to make a comparison to this render, maybe it's the 1950s, but we've added like sci-fi, like 2030s bits of tech to it, right? And it like, you've got like you've got your peanut butter and you've got your jam, and this is how you stick them together, and it's kind of like your guideline in terms of like the story, quote unquote. So the the basis of my talk was like, even creating a car is a storytelling exercise in and of itself. Like there was that DeLorean that Ash and me and Leo worked on. It's like this real wide version of the DeLorean.
Yeah.
And that is based on like IMSA, IMSA, which is a type of like very, very hyper competitive time trial type of racing where you're just racing against the clock, and it's whoever is the fastest is the fastest. It's not about getting in first place out of a group of multiple people on the track at once, like a normal like Formula One or NASCAR type race. So it's a very specific discipline. And again, what's the storyline of this DeLorean car that's being modified into this very niche racing discipline? And like, okay, well, this is why the fenders would be shaped like this, because like in this type of thing they need to maximize downforce and like whatever. So as a storytelling exercise, it's solving design problems for you while like along the way. Like, so before you even, run into the question of like, oh, well, like this character I'm designing, like what kind of armor should the character be wearing? Well, like what time period? Is it like medieval? Is it futuristic? Is it alien? Creating a story for something that's an inanimate building in a nondescript field, like this, creating the story is like, it's all you can do. And I think I would really like to encourage more people who want to try out like this daily sort of thing to try to make like an atmosphere, not like fog atmosphere, but just like, telling some sort of like subtle story, or even just the exercise of writing out the story yourself and then starting to pick assets and designing around those constraints that you set yourself. Because I think it's a really interesting exercise to do. And for me, it's been really, really useful because like I've said it 10 times now, it solves problems before you even run into them. You're like, that blank page problem of like, well, I can make anything, so what do I make? Well, just start writing a little story. Or, scrolling on Pinterest until something jumps out at you and then analyzing the story of what that Pinterest image is showing you. However you get there.
With a render that I did a long time ago, I did an arcade. Just like leftovers of
yeah.
And I'll bring it up here. And so it's like, okay, well, why is all this stuff where it is right now? Like for example, you've got this cable coming out of the ceiling, and it's a power cord, and it's coming to this game. This one's shut off in the back. Where's the other cabinets that were there? It's dusty.
I love the carpet in there.
Yeah, that old.
I've always loved the carpet. That old, birthday party.
Yeah.
Bowling alley carpet.
Skating rink, and then like somebody pulled out these tape decks with the with the cabling, but also it's done. There is the golden spiral here. Starting and then ending up right there, in the corner. And through that window, everything in this little scullery area looks like it's empty. But then if you look in the back where the golden spiral ends, there's a shadow of what might be a person standing there right out of reach. And why is that? What is that? Why is that? What's that person doing? It makes you kind of want to turn your head a little and see around the corner and be like, who's back there? What are they doing? Is this a new place that they're remodeling and setting up, or is it like really run down and old? But I felt like in that one I had a story.
Yeah, and I, again, having the setting, this time, place, whatever you want to call it, it's so useful because it's like you have a playbook to follow. You know, you're not just like flying by the seat of your pants, just, you know, grabbing whatever asset you see first in like the content browser or whatever like item pops into your head first. And then like maybe you run into like, oh, well, this thing doesn't really harmonize with like this other thing I added 20 minutes ago to the scene. And like now, then you waste a half an hour because you're trying to make this asset and that asset work. And like they just maybe should have never really been combined, because like they, for some reason, they conflict in terms of like it's, you know, it's mixing the signals, doesn't make sense. Like, you know, it's kind of hard to articulate like why you make decisions, because they're so like in the moment. I think, you know, like what's the creative process, or what's the justification for like why I made the tree line like as tall as I did. It's like I mean I don't know, I just made the trees like there, but like having trees present in the reference photo that I was going by, it gives a nice like strong you know, silhouette to the building and like the overcast sky and all that. Like there's like reasons for all of that, and maybe sometimes I think people ask I don't want to say they're asking the wrong question. It's just maybe they're asking a question from the wrong like mindset, in terms of like, well, why did you do that? In terms of like, maybe we should all just take a step backwards and like analyze what like the intention or the mood of like, you know, a certain piece might be, in terms of just like, oh, well, how did you, like, where'd you get those trees from? It's like, it doesn't really matter like where the trees came from. It's just like, what is the purpose of those trees? Because the trees could have just all been mountains as well, or they could have been, you know, it could have been a fence or like a brick wall, you know?
Yeah.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, it's a really pretty piece.
Thank you.
All of them are really.
Oh, thank you. No, it was a fun exercise. Obviously, I spent probably 6 to 8 hours on each one. Wow. And like, I mean, that's way unsustainable for dailies. And that's the reason I only did 6.
Yeah.
But it's, I don't know, they were fun in terms of just like sit down, you know, bang it out, and then move on to the next one, because it had been a while since I'd done that. And I think it's always nice to do something that's out of your comfort zone. You know, it's pretty often that I'll set something up, like either it's personal work or like maybe, you know, the film I'm working on or whatever, where I'll get kind of like to where I got each of these dailies to on the first day, but then you spend 4 days like really tweaking the minutia of each of these little like design decisions, whether, you know, you're making an exact frame for a client and they want to see something the first day, and then, you know, days 2, 3, and 4 are just all about polishing or like, you know, sweetening it up in post. It's always good to like just get more of that practice in terms of just blocking out, getting that first 80%, you know, done the first day, and then, you know, every single one of these frames, there's things that I would like to improve or like add tiny little bits more of like more little like grass variations or like little rock pebbles or something, like, sure. But in terms of like just painting the broad strokes day one, or in one day, I should say. I mean, dailies are awesome. Whether you're spending 2 hours and you do a couple days to make one frame, or you spend 8 hours in one day, like whatever. I mean, I think most of us have the most time on our hands right now than we have all had in a long time. And so if now a time, when. But on the flip side, if you just want to veg out on the couch and, you know, binge Netflix and turn your brain off and avoid the news, the 24-hour news cycle, if that's what you got to do, then that's what you got to do. I'm not going to hustle shame anybody in terms of like, you know, how
playing Animal Crossing.
Right.
Oh yeah. I mean, as soon as I hop off this call, I'm back on Animal Crossing. You know, I gotta pay off my debts to Tom Nook. You know.
I don't. Yeah.
It's okay. yeah, it's fun. Thanks for having me on, and if we want to do another one tomorrow, I'm all game.
Absolutely.
Hop on for an hour.
Absolutely. This has been the joy of rendering. You missed the intro last time.
Oh, I did.
Yeah, I'll have to do it again. Sorry, Billy.
That's funny. Happy little trees.
Yeah, happy little trees.
Happy little trees.
The joy of rendering with Billy, Bob Ross, Chitkin.
Oh no,
Thanks
Billy
for
Bob
watching.
Ross.
Billy Bob Ross. Oh man.
All right, guys. Catch you later.
All right. Take
Later,
care,
man.
man. Thank you.
Do you love my terrible masking job on that picture?
Some awesome mask. But you should have put the Wacom pen in. Is what.
Oh yeah, I
is
should have
what
done
Grant
that.
said, yeah.
Should have done that. Yeah.
How's
Time
the...
to go yet?
No. Well, Aryev said he was going to join us after the thing. I might have to wait till tomorrow. We'll see. After the School of Motion thing.
Is it still going? Let's just go live to that.
It's still going.
I'm serious.
Yeah, let's just
Let's go live to
rebroadcast
that.
the entire thing.
Why not?
Well, I mean, we could do a clip of it and see what's going on. But you know what we haven't done yet is your cereal review today.
And we'll do that tomorrow.
But you have to do another cereal tomorrow.
Dude, I had lunch. Not hungry. Plus, I've had a whole bunch of Mountain Dew, and you know, Mountain Dew and milk do not mix.
Yeah, that's kind of like mixing milk with Red Bull.
You got to do that early, you know, when I'm still hungry.
I know, I forgot. You should have
Okay.
sat there and ate cereal while Casey was doing his burpees. It's
Yeah,
like,
that's true,
oh, this
that's
is
true.
so
That would've
good,
been
and he's just like
the
exercising.
worst- That would have been the worst, like, entertainment ever. Me eating cereal while he does burpees.
Yeah.
And then you're trying to figure out all of our camera situation.
Yeah.
It's like, this is
Oh,
some
man.
high quality stuff right here.
Yeah, School Motion Stream. I don't know what they're talking about right now. Yeah, look, Jeremy said he's been waiting for hours for the cereal review. I don't think he caught yours yesterday. Yeah. Is there something else you could review in the meantime? No?
We could do a video game thing. Want to do a video game?
I don't know. What are you going to play? Let's just
No,
check
I'll-
in. We'll just quickly check in on School of Motion. I don't want to like rebroadcast their entire thing, but let's do a check in. Just see what's going on.
They're our friends. It's
Well,
not like
I know.
we're-
That's
it's
why.
not
That's why I don't want to rebroadcast their entire thing. Let's see. School
Yeah,
of
but we're
Motion. School of Motion.
Boo.
What's going on? They're still live, right? Yeah, they're live.
I think so.
Cool. I'm gonna unmute. Let's just see what's going on here. Full screen and volume. Oh my gosh. I'm guessing that you're playing Mario 2 right now then?
I am, yeah.
Yeah. Have you been playing that like all day? Are you done with it
I
yet?
haven't, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I've been trying to beat it. Like, been trying to find the best way to do it, but I haven't been able to do it. Like, I'm to level 7. I'm to the last level, but I can't seem to. I had a really hard time with level 6. Level 6 was pretty hard. I forget that the sand level you have to actually go through it all the way. Crap. Yeah.
All right, let's just go check in on the School of Motion stream, see what's going on here.
Cool.
I think they're taking calls or Zoom calls or something like that. Probably unmute the site. I always mute all my sites so I don't accidentally play anything.
I've mentally accepted that I will probably not work an 8-hour day for at least a month, you know, assuming that, you know, this is, you know, a shorter thing. One of the things I've kind of been, I would say a little bit more nervous about in the last like week or so, you know, doing more of the business side of things is, you know, I had a client that we did net 90 and it's getting close to the end of that 90-day period. Am I going to get paid?
Yeah. See, the problem is right now, like, we've been talking about it, everybody else has been talking about, like, the COVID stuff, and I'm, like, I'm kind of to the point now where I'm, like, I'm not sick of talking about it, but I'm sick of thinking about it because I'm like, when is this going to be over? You know, like I just want to do things to distract, like, you know, play Halo. You know,
Right.
I wish we could.
Right.
Wish we could do the Halo thing on the stream. You know,
Why can't we do the Halo thing on the stream?
well, we'd have to get those little input box things. Like, how do you? I mean, unless you want to load it up on on PC, but that's a whole nother.
I mean, I'm on
That's a
PC
whole
right
other
now.
Animal. Yeah, I'm sure it takes.
Oh, Halo. No.
Yeah, over 9,000 hours to load, or play Grand Theft Auto or something like that. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see what else we had on our list for today. We can go through. Oh, we didn't look at the pug calendar. But EJ's still on the call, so we're just gonna have to wait for and get Ariev and EJ on tomorrow. And, and do both of those things at the same time. Because I was thinking we could probably end around 3 o'clock.
That's cool. That works for me.
Yeah.
Did you see the new Marvel's comic book with Jules on the front of it?
Oh yeah, that's right. That's right.
Isn't that rad?
Let me see.
And because apparently he's been friends with Alex Ross for like 25 years.
Yeah.
And so Alex Ross turned him into a character.
That's so cool.
You know, and he supposedly he doesn't have any like superpowers other than the fact that he's got tons and tons of gadgets.
Yeah, I mean that seems appropriate.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to pick it up. I'm very excited.
Oh yeah,
about
for
it.
sure. Like, I'm gonna have
and
to
then
do the
have
same
Jules
thing.
sign it.
Right.
Next time I see him.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah. There
I mean,
he
look,
is.
it's him. It's
Yeah,
like
that's
straight
totally
up fitting
him.
image of him. Yeah.
I kind of like that because I mean we always make that comment. It's like he's a mad scientist in his lab every time we go up there. You know, he's always got something new cooking up.
Kashoom? Is that his name?
Yeah, I don't. Kashoom.
Yeah.
Yeah, and let's see. He has the post to the. Yeah.
Yeah,
See,
that's
him,
rad.
that's him right there. That's really cool. And then this thing here, it says who or what is Kashoom. So we're gonna have to get ourselves a copy of that.
Yeah.
All right, let's see what else is on the list that we could look at. We did Billy Bob Ross.
Mm-hmm.
We looked at the School of Motion stream. We got some burpees in. We talked about folding at home. There's now, if you're interested in signing a petition, IATSE has a petition for people who are in the entertainment industry to sign to make sure that there is funding available for people who are affected by COVID. Because again, there's no relief for business owners, for like self-employed people right now that anyone's really bringing up. And I wish there was more. There's a lot of small business owners in this country. And it's like, okay, you're either employed by someone else or you're out of a job and you can get unemployment, but there's this middle ground where it's like, hey, I kind of own a business over here.
Yeah,
and I can't
the
give
gig
myself...
economy, you know?
Yeah, the gig economy. I can't get my own my own paid vacation or paid leave from my own employer because I am my employer.
Yeah.
So I just want to put that out there. There's a petition you can sign. Camp Mograph, we talked about quite a lot yesterday about Camp Mograph.
I think it sounds fine.
It's possible you're loud again or something when I change scenes. So
really?
This is a new setup that I just got going this morning, so I'll have to mess with it a little later. Camp Mograph, is there anything else, any other things we can mention about Camp Mograph?
Not at the moment.
No.
We went through everything yesterday. Like, I'm very excited about it. It's gonna be awesome.
That Beeple
excited
chat.
to see that Beeple G-Monk chat.
Yeah.
It's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, that's gonna be good.
Off the chain, yo.
Off the chain. Yeah, we'll hold on to the special pug calendar for tomorrow for EJ.
We could I could download Half-Life Alex or whatever. We could play that.
But it's AR?
VR, yeah. It's VR.
Wait, it's VR.
Yeah, so I'd have to put on my Oculus.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how would we show that?
I would just Skype in and share my screen with you.
Okay.
And then you would have me on this camera
doing the thing.
You know.
Yeah. All
yeah,
right.
doing the thing.
Yeah, you should get it. Check it out. Is that 2-player? Is it multiplayer?
I have no idea. I think it's just one.
Oh, okay.
I don't know.
All right.
That could be fun.
I'm pretty wore out. I'm tired, man.
I do too. I need a nap.
I got stuff I got to get to today. I need to go running. I need to get outside. Been in here way too long.
I had to take some. I took some vitamin D.
I was thinking about that, man. We all need to be taking that vitamin D.
Yeah. I'm waiting for the joke. Go
I
ahead.
know. I was just waiting for you. You like the D? Yeah, so I got the pug cal for tomorrow. That's good, man. We crossed a lot off the list today. We even talked about cooking and all that. Yeah. Maybe we should just
tomorrow
wrap it for
tomorrow will be the last day. Make sure to I think we should send out a email blast telling everyone to come join us tomorrow for the last day.
I haven't done much promotion.
We've only got like 12 people. We've only had 12 people watching. Yesterday we had almost 50.
Yeah, we haven't put a lot of promo
and Cool
out.
Motion, they sent out an email blast right before they started going, and they had like 500 people.
Well, they also have over 8 billion subscribers.
Over 9,000.
Over 9,000 billion subscribers. That too.
Yeah.
So. Yeah, we'll do that up. Make sure you tell everybody we're going to be raising money as well tomorrow. Man, we didn't go up too far today, but
no.
Keep in
That's
mind
right.
that
we'll hit the 3,000 tomorrow.
Yeah, so we only need 8. Well, actually, only 700 and something, because when we get to 2,500, we're going to match it again.
Yeah.
Are we going to match it at 3,000 as well? I guess we have
3,000. We'll cap it.
We cap it at 3,000. Okay.
Yeah, we're just gonna stop at 3,000. I think that's where we should stop.
All right, we'll cap it at Andre 3,000. Make sure that you tune in tomorrow. I'm gonna be a little more well rested, I think. Man, I'm just dragging right now.
Yeah,
it's hard to stream 5-6 hours a day.
I've been dumb because I'm like, I keep telling myself, okay, you're going to go to bed early tonight. As soon as you get the baby to sleep, go to bed.
Yeah.
But then I finally get a chance to not have any responsibilities with kids. And I'm like, okay, I want to enjoy some TV. Me and the wife have been watching My Name is Earl. It's such a good show. It's a good show.
That's all right. It's all right.
Yeah. We've been watching that one. And then we also watched It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, man. Have you seen that show?
I don't
think
think
you've
some
seen
episodes.
That show. Man, there are so many good episodes of that show. That show is such a funny show. But so we'll start watching TV, and then midnight rolls around, and I'm like, crap. And the kid wakes up like 2 hours later. They gotta get up, feed the kid, and it's a fine line between, like, you have to do the routine perfectly when the child wakes up, right? Otherwise, he will be up for hours, right?
Right.
So he starts crying. You can tell he's about to start crying because he starts grunting. He just starts grunting, And so you're like, all right, go to the bathroom. You go make a bottle. You bring the bottle to him, and you feed him half the bottle. And then you change his diaper. And then you feed him the rest of the bottle, or you burp him after you change his diaper. You feed him the rest of the bottle, and then you get him down. And you have to make sure the entire time he is swaddled, like he can't move at all, and he'll go right back down. But if you mess up any of that, he's up for hours.
And you also have to manage your own routine then in that way as well.
Yeah.
Because again, like if you start watching Netflix,
Yeah. Last night wasn't too bad. We didn't end up getting to sleep until midnight, and I was worried that he was going to have a hard night, but he ended up sleeping until 5:30 this morning, which was awesome. So if I get 4 hours of sleep, I feel really good.
4?
I feel real good. 4 hours. 6, I'm like golden. Any more than 6, and I am just beat.
Right.
I slept way too much, and I am just tired the whole day. 6 is my best level. So, but yeah. So you get him back down. Got him back down around 6 o'clock, and I slept until 8 when he started grunting again. So you knew what was coming.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's fun. Then get up around 8. With the kids home, it's like, and working from home, and Amy's working from home. It's like our days are a little bit later than they normally are.
Right. Welcome to my late world, man. I can't go to sleep before like 1 or 2 in the morning.
The hard part was yesterday with my older kid. He has been in like just spring break mode. He's like, I don't have to do anything anymore. I don't have school. So I told him, and by the time we got off the stream, he was still in his pajamas. I was like, come on, dude, you got to get dressed. You got a responsibility. So I told him, I said, all right, from now on, you get up. First thing you do is
put on your suit and tie.
You take a shower. No, yeah, you take a shower. You get dressed. And then you go to school. You do schoolwork. So I had to help him get schoolwork, started or whatever. And I said, you cannot watch TV until it's over. You can't watch YouTube until you get your schoolwork done.
You are literally in school.
You are literally in school. I said, that's your job. We are all doing our job from home. You have to do your job from home.
Right.
And he fought me on it yesterday a little bit. He didn't like that idea. But when he woke up this morning, he was fine. He was good.
Yeah.
And it was great.
You tell him, if you want to ask me something,
they need routines so bad.
Just ask yourself, could I do this if I was in school? If the answer is no, then you don't need to ask me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that was one thing I brought up. I said, do you watch YouTube? Do you watch TV before you go to school? Well, sometimes you let me. No, I don't. You let me watch your phone on the way to school. Well, yeah, the 4-minute drive. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So here's my phone for 4 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah. Right.
And then say, oh, we're at school. You got to get out. Got to get out of the car and go inside.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. This is what grade? Yeah. What grade is he in?
He's in first.
He's in first.
He's in first.
Okay.
So,
I couldn't remember.
He's not only got the normal first grade stuff, and honestly, if he just sat down and did it, he could do the entire week's worth of homework in like an hour and a half.
I know.
It's ridiculous. Yeah.
Are you doing school webcam stuff? Like, are the kids?
No, I don't think they're doing webcams.
Yeah.
Like he's like she'll put like yesterday it was math. It was like it said like $7 equals 14, right? So he had to come up with a word sentence, that equaled that. That would show that, right? So you'd say, for Christmas, I had a box of Bakugans, or a box of it's a stupid little toy. Schmeckles, right? Yeah. I had a box of Schmeckles. For Christmas, I got 7 extra Schmeckles. I have 14 total. How many did I have before Christmas? So he's got to come up with that, and he's got to figure out the answer. But like, I don't know, kids have a hard time. Like, that to me was easy, but it's like trying to get him to understand that's what she wants to do, and then he'll actually record the thing. So he'll actually say it, so she gets to hear everyone recording all the word thing stuff.
Yeah.
So I don't know, it's kind of neat. Schmeckles.
Emily's school, they've been doing well, her class at least, because she's in Spanish immersion. So
yeah,
all the kids in the class have been doing these like 2 or 3 day a week meetups. Like Wednesday and Friday at this time we're gonna meet up with Zoom meeting, and literally the kids just get on Zoom meeting together so they can at least see each other. You know? And then this morning she did the pledge. They all did the pledge on Zoom meeting, which is hilarious. But getting a little bit of that, school familiarity in there, I guess. Whatever.
It's crazy. Like I don't think anything like this ever happened when we were in school. Like no, I take that back. I take that back. After what was it? It was after Columbine. No, Columbine.
Columbine.
Yeah, right after Columbine. Was it Columbine or something else? It might have been Columbine. It might have been something else. But like we had during my 9th grade year, my freshman year, we had bomb threats like crazy. Like,
oh yeah, there were tons of copycats.
Yeah. So we would get a bomb threat at school, and they'd have to bus every single person from the city that we were in to the next city over, you know, and keep us in some big gigantic church while we waited for our parents to come pick us up.
Oh, that's
and
awful.
So like there were bomb threats every single day, and finally they said, we're just going to keep the kids home. You guys are done 2 weeks early. You know?
We never had anything like that. That was 1999, right?
99, yeah.
Yeah, they I don't know.
Wait. No,
it was either the end of 98
It wasn't
or
freshman,
the beginning of 99, because that was let me look up.
Yeah, 99. Yeah. It was 99. It was 98, 99 year.
Yeah.
Because I graduated in 2001.
Yeah, it happened on
What was that? Was that Columbine?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Columbine was. Let's see, when did it happen? Where's the date?
Yeah, and the crappy part was like because of it, like, you know, the very next year, they put metal detectors in, and so every single person had to go through a metal detector every single day.
Yeah, I had in middle school. I had metal detectors.
Really?
Yeah.
So weird.
Yeah, April. Oh, it was 4/20. I didn't know that.
That's right. Yeah.
April 20th, 1999.
Hitler's birthday, right?
Hitler's birthday. Yep.
Right. 99?
1999. Yeah, it was right before school
99,
was out.
we had a ton of copycat, you know, people. Bowling for Columbine.
Yeah.
The Mike Moore documentary.
Yeah.
Our school is on there.
Oh, really?
It's a very short shot of it, but yeah, you can see our high school of all the kids going through the metal detectors.
Oh, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had that happen in middle school. They put metal detectors in, and I don't know exactly why. And I feel like they took them out then, but yeah, you had to go through a metal detector, and that was just kind of weird.
So stupid. I mean, if anything, like, and it's the same thing with airports and stuff like that. You've got all these metal detectors that people are going to go through. You're basically just creating a point of, of gathering or whatever.
Right.
So if someone was going to shoot up a school, you just shoot everyone in front of the metal detectors.
Right.
You know, like, all right.
I mean, that's terrorist strategy right there.
Right.
You know, I think that happened in was it London, Spain? There was somewhere where it was like in the airport, and then they waited for everybody to go outside the airport and started. I don't know.
Oh, geez.
I mean, that's classic tactic. You get people to run from the emergency, and then you wait in the place where they're going to be running to. You know,
yeah,
messed up, totally messed up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. Well, we're going to get out of here. Make sure you check us out online. Follow us up on all the things. All 13 of you that are left. And we'll send out some more stuff. I didn't really do any promo for today. You know, I think we had more people yesterday because I knew we usually do a show, in the morning. Yeah. So, I'll send a little thing out. I'll try and time it out and all that. And we'll get back on tomorrow. We gotta get the rest of that money for Doctors Without Borders. So
that money dough.
I'm gonna go run and take a nap.
Wish you would.
I think I will.
Go eat some food because that's all I do now.
So stay on the line with me though for a second. I'm gonna check out the audio because this is completely new. I literally hooked this up like 5 minutes before the show, so I've got to tweak a couple things for tomorrow. So
cool.
All right. Until next time, I'm Dave.
And I'm Matt.
Have a good one.
Later, yo.